Hi, everybody.
Hi.
This is going to be extremely confusing for me.
Okay. First of all,
I'm hearing everything in triplicate.
Oh no.
why don't you just mute the streams like a sane person?
That's no fun.
Of course. All right.
Oh hey, Cloudbot's working.
Good. Also, we're getting beamed already.
Yep.
Ha, joke's on you. I turned off my beans because it's a race.
Well, we're still getting beamed.
Actually, I'm out of beans, so it really doesn't matter either way.
All right, I got dirty dishwasher, and the second bean is mine.
Ooh, I got watermelon.
Lucky.
Okay, so Nasada, you don't know where to reach the God Home, right?
Nope.
We're gonna have to guide you there.
Yes, you are. So let me finish my beans first, and then we'll explain what's going on. Unless
Okay.
you want to go ahead and explain what's going on while I'm eating my beans.
So here's what's going on. Nasada and I, with the Grimm troop, we both chose to banish King Grimm, which means we never fought Nightmare King Grimm.
Rude.
And now we're going to go to the God Home and fight him separately but together, and see who can beat him first.
I got rotten egg, by the way.
Yay!
Anyway, let me. Yes, I agreed to do this, but I had to tell Baku that there's a condition attached to doing this.
Uh-oh. What's the condition?
I readily accepted.
Yeah, he immediately accepted. So people watching the stream on Bakuda's end probably are not aware that this stream is currently not tagged as family friendly.
Gasp.
For good reasons.
Yes, anyone who's watching over on Bakuda's side right now, anyone who has watched our playthrough of this game over on Rogues knows what this game does to me. It is not pretty. I do not become family friendly when I am playing this game, especially when I'm fighting a really challenging boss. So, the family friendly tag on Bakuda's stream is off, and I'm just giving anybody who cares a warning that there will be F-bombs more than likely. I cannot guarantee that I will not be able to drop them. When it comes
You hear that, moderator staff? Everything is fair game.
Wolf is like, gasp! Foxy's getting ready to ban you.
Yeah.
No, like, if you have me play this game on stream, I will swear. It's gonna happen. I can't stop it from happening. Like, I think I do a pretty good job holding back the swears whenever I'm on Bakuda's streams. But when this game comes into play, not so much. So, but Bakuda readily accepted. I'm just making sure everybody's aware of that. Okay,
All right.
I finished my rotten egg. And also,
Okay.
we are streaming this on both the Rogues and Roleplayers channel and Bakuda's channel. So y'all can watch whoever's perspective you want, or you can go to, I forgot the name of the website, to have both streams playing at once. I forgot what it's called.
Multi-Twitch is what I'm
Multi-Twitch.
using. But there's a couple of different ones.
Oh, I didn't know about that site.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah, so what you would do is I can post a link in chat, but I don't know if that'll work necessarily. But what you do is you type in multitwitch.tv/ and then you put both channel names, and it'll pull them up side by side.
Okay.
But what I can do is I can post it in Discord.
Where's
I'll put it
my-
in
Okay, there it
general
is.
chat for y'all.
But we thought about trying to do it on one screen, but considering that this game is 16:9 aspect ratio, that would have been a nightmare to pull off.
Yeah, that would have been hard.
Yep.
And then don't you have a community content thing on your Discord, Baku?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Why am I not doing this? This is faster.
It's not gaming lag.
Yeehaw! Oh, I thought I was gonna come flying by. See you later, Hornet.
I need to look and see where you're. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, I'm at Black Egg Temple.
Okay, you're at Black Egg. Okay, so you need to look on. If you can look at my screen, I'll show you how to get there.
I
You wanna
don't.
pull up?
I can't pull up your screen.
Okay. Well, I'll help guide you as best as you can. You need to go to City of Tears.
City of
Actually,
Tears?
you need to go to where the nailsmith was.
Oh, okay.
If you remember that.
I know where that is.
So yeah, it's like the very west side of City of Tears.
Yeah, I remember where the nailsmith was. I can get there pretty quick. I'm on my way from misery to happiness to be.
I hope this shortcut. I hope you can get to this shortcut without having been there first. If not, the way is much more treacherous.
That's part of the fun.
Well, I've never been to Godhome, so it wouldn't surprise me if I had to take a treacherous route.
Do you know where the trash heap is?
The trash heap? No, I'm not familiar with that.
That's where you have to go to Godhome.
Yep. Who knew God lived in a giant pile of refuse?
All right, well, I am in the City of Tears. I got to go all the way to the west to where the nailsmith was.
Yes.
Then again, if you were like Dung Knight, but like the God version of it, I mean, probably. Actually, now that I think about it, because they're bugs, it honestly makes sense that like their big place of reverence would be just a giant pile of trash, because that's like food.
It's a good point.
I never thought about it actually until now.
But yeah, you all have to bear with me getting to Godhome.
It's all right.
So hopefully there isn't like a big process I have to go through in order to unlock this.
I don't think there is.
There might be like one little teeny tiny side quest thingy, but it won't be that. I just don't remember what all it has to be, even though I have the full power of the internet at my disposal. That's no fun.
So, Wolf, this will be it'll be our first time fighting Nightmare King Grimm. So,
Yeah.
in that
Yeah.
sense, yes, it will be a blind run.
Yeah,
I've
they've
never
both
bought it.
fought like regular Grimm and beat him, but not Nightmare King.
No, I've never fought Nightmare King Grimm. I have no idea what I'm in for here. So,
Yep, it's a double blind. Put in your bets. Playing Texas Hold'em.
I'm willing to bet that if either of us is going to
Actually-
beat this tonight, it's probably going to be Baku.
Yeah, what? I'm going to actually put that up really quickly. We'll get a
poll.
we'll get a poll going. See who you think's going to win. Let you place some bets, wager some of
Dude.
your points.
Pick me.
You're not playing.
Why not? I like this game too.
Yeah, but you didn't volunteer.
What are you talking about? I totally volunteered, but everybody's like, "Oh no, you
All right,
already beat Nightmare King Grimm."
I'm at where this nailsmith was. So now what?
Okay, hold on just a minute. I got to get this up.
Sounding like freaking Cusco from Emperor's New Groove. Still not listening.
Okay, there you go. You got 10 minutes to place your bets and pick who you think will win. Okay, now let me go over here and see where Nas is. Okay, I see where you're at. I think you go back down to where that that gap, the water is that you were in.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me see. I got to get back there myself.
Is there like a secret passage here or something?
Yo, yeah, there is, and you can't see it from where you're at, which means it's about to get harder.
Yay!
All right.
So I do have to
So-
go the long route.
Yeah, it only opens
Yeah.
up from the other side, probably.
Yeah, I was afraid that that's what the case would be.
Unless you could do some weird, like, great slash shenanigans to extend your reach.
So where do you have to go?
So,
Isn't it, like, in the Royal Waterways or something?
okay, there's the junk pit. Yeah, it's in the Royal Waterways. So if you look on your map, do you see the Royal Waterways there?
Yeah.
It's in. Oh, you don't even have this area on your map, so this is going to be completely new for you.
Yeah.
Do you see where that bench is in the Royal Waterways?
Yes, I see the bench.
It's to the left of that.
Okay, so I have to go to the left of that.
Yep.
So
that bench.
go to the bench, and we'll proceed from there.
Yep.
This might take longer than I thought it would.
What are you talking about? It's fine. It's just a bunch of bugs in the way.
I hope people on Bakuda's side are entertained right now.
Yeah, it's okay. They have babies to watch.
Yeah, they can watch Bakuda's little spider babies.
Exactly. Everybody loves babies. They're adorable.
Damn right.
All right, Royal Waterways.
Is it possible to double down on my bed?
I knew it. He has no faith in me.
Actually, no. More people are having faith in you than me.
Why?
Because we believe. This,
Right.
This is your anime moment. You will blossom into a beautiful protagonist one day.
Oh boy, I can't wait to Shonen Jump.
Well done. Nos, are you playing on Steam or Switch?
Switch.
And I believe Baku's on the Switch as well. Am I the only one?
I
who has
am on the
PC
Switch.
version out of the three of us?
I think so.
I actually do have this game on Steam, but I played it on Switch, so.
Yeah, which I can understand for the controller.
Ah,
No, I do
worm.
have a lot.
All right.
Baku's game looks smoother for some reason, probably because he has better internet. It looks the same to me.
Which, believe it or not, it's Sudden Link. Okay,
Yeah.
do you see that wall there that looks all cracked to your left?
I'm attacking it.
Try bursting through it.
Like, what do you mean bursting?
Or is there a... I know there's a way through there. I'm trying to get to... I'm sure I'm going the long way. It's been so long since I've been there, I don't remember exactly how to get there. And, to top it off, I do not have my compass on.
I don't know what to do.
Okay, so there is a way to go to the left.
Well, if there's a way to go left, I don't know what it is.
Let's see. Can be accessed by using the dream nail on Godseeker in the junk pit, which he needs access to the junk pit. To reach the junk pit, the desolate dive / descending dark spell has to be used on the ground below the bench in the Royal Waterways.
Ah, so Desolate Dive. That opens it.
Desolate Dive?
Yeah.
Yeah, the ground slam.
I don't know what to do.
Is it? No, it wouldn't be down here, would it?
No, so you know that cracked wall that you were trying to break into?
Yeah.
You need to dive beside it from the bench.
Oh, I'm not really. Okay.
So go up,
All right. Well, I did it. Nothing happened.
and now. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Let's see. Chat said something.
Where's that
It's
bench?
down that hole and to the left. It isn't in the room he's in. It's in the one right beneath it.
Oh, okay. So I have to go down the hole after.
So maybe that's just another shortcut for later.
No, bench is up here.
So there's something down here.
Yeah, from what it's saying.
Bench. Give me bench.
Dang it. I'm getting my ass handed to me just trying to find
Oh,
this place.
yeah, I hate those things. I absolutely hate those things. I hope you benched.
Actually, no, I didn't. I should bench.
Yeah, you probably should.
Yeah.
There we go. I benched. So it's down the hole, and there's like a cracked floor.
Well, I think that hole that opened up was the cracked thing.
Oh. Well, I
So I
opened
think
that
I-
up ages ago.
Yeah, so now I think you need to keep going, like, down and left.
To where I fought the Worm Mother boss? Is that where God Home is?
I'm working my way there.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly. It's been too long since I've been there.
Explorate.
Okay, up some more.
Back to nipple mouth? Yep.
I mean, that's what you're basically telling me is that it's nipple mouth.
Yeah, everybody's favorite 90s band.
Okay. Well, I'm here.
Okay, let's see here.
And nipple mouth is still dead.
Oh, I totally went the long way to do this. Should not have done all that. Oh well.
Yeah, there's nothing here for like a cracked floor or wall.
Alright, so what this says, you're going to head toward Fluke Marm, the large fluke birthing boss in the Royal Waterway,
Right.
aka Nipple Mouth, and look for a crack in the room just outside her lair in the ceiling. Smashing it opens reveals a maze-like room that leads to the pit.
The ceiling?
Yep.
Right before her.
Right before her room.
Okay, I think it's talking about this passageway.
Yeah.
But this just leads back up to where I came from.
No, keep going up.
Wait. Oh, I think I found something.
There it is. Yeah, that's the crack.
Aha.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a real teeny tiny crack. To redeem the wheel during the race you hold. Oh, the wheel's been disactivated.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in a new area of the Royal Waterways.
Yep, so yeah, keep going this way and you'll
Whoa,
eventually... Oh
wait.
yeah, Dung Knight's taking a nap down here.
I never did.
fought Dream Knight, Dung Knight?
I never did Dream Dung Knight.
Oh.
What is that thing?
Ah, good luck.
It's a boog. It's the big slime babies. You remember Stink Baby.
I don't remember that one.
Hello, Dung Knights. Doma, Doma, Doma.
Ah! Ah!
Doma.
Wow, those guys hurt.
Oh, I forgot that I had disabled my quick heal. Put a compass on. Yeah, I'm totally losing this right now.
Oh, it's a dream fight, so you'll just respawn right outside of it.
Woo! How did I miss that? Yep, I'm dead.
Oh, you got killed. Ah!
Yeah, he was
I am coming back to this. That is awesome. I did not know he was down here.
Yep. Yeah, Dream Dung Knight is awesome.
Oh, okay. Well, that floor burst open.
Yeah, he should be getting God Home shortly.
If I don't die first.
Yeah, I'll be fine. All you have to do is get past all the kissy babies.
Yeah, well, they hurt.
Nah, they're fine.
Now you know why I take the shortcut.
They just have aggressive hugs.
That's what you want to call it, huh? Okay. This place looks nasty.
I think if you just keep like exploring this area, you'll eventually find it.
Whoa, this is a big area.
Yep, yeah, this is the junk
You're
pit.
there. You're there.
Oh yeah, junk pit.
So yeah, I would recommend putting a teleporty point down here so you can get back easily.
A cocoon chained with a simple lock. Use the simple key. Sure.
Oh, you already had the simple key. Cool.
I forgot you needed a key.
Yeah, I was going to wait until he got here to see if he had it or not. Make him
Oh, I got something. The God Tuner. Yes, that resonates with beings of great power. Okay. So I assume that's what's really necessary for Godholm.
Yeah, now I think you have to dream nail the corpse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured that was the case. I was doing a little bit of looking around first.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
And it looks like the betting polls are closed.
Alright, how do you... That's right, you gotta do...
It's
There.
the dream nail and then hold down. I think,
That
to
was it,
set a
yeah.
gate.
Alright.
And then holding up teleports to the gate.
Alright, let's dream nail this guy, see what happens.
I love how y'all's screens were like the complete opposite. Baku's was pure black and Natsuda's was pure white.
Blasphemy! Rank blasphemy! Krala, the cringer.
Oh,
Smallest of
He-Man.
the
I
small.
love... I love Battle Cat.
Trespass here in the home of the gods. Shriveled away and begone, begone.
I don't really consider Zant a god.
Well, I mean, that's what he was saying. He was saying, oh, how dare you come here to the realm of the gods. I guess this is Godholm.
Yep. Isn't
Got
it
home.
Purdy?
Oh, yep, Godholm.
Got home.
That's I said Godholm.
So I forget what you have to do to get to the area to choose like who you fight, because you're in the trial challenge thingy.
Okay, so yeah, you're gonna keep going. Because these are big gauntlet fights, and you don't want that.
Yeah, essentially it's like a boss rush.
Drop down.
Oh, drop down. Okay.
Yeah, drop down. Sorry, I'm delayed because I'm watching your screen. And then
Yeah.
go in there,
All right.
which again is delayed. But yeah, the place where the orange aura. And this is where you can refight all the bosses in the game.
Yep, it's like a big thing of statues. So you need to find the King or Grimm statue.
That's what I figured. Whatever it looks like. Nightmare King Grimm.
And he's on the second floor all the way to the right. If you go back to the left and go up and to the left, there's a bench. And at that point, you can go ahead and change your loadout if you want to.
Okay.
Yo.
Wow, like all the bosses are here.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
literally anything that would remotely qualify as a boss is in here.
And there's also different challenges. So you can do regular, and then you can do a double hit where it's like every time they hit you, it takes away 2 health. And then there's a one-hit KO mode where you have to beat them without taking any damage.
Yeah, screw
Nope.
that.
Nope. No thanks. Oh, I remember those assholes. Wait, no more lighting up. Oh, I had to keep walking.
Yeah, that might be a boss you haven't fought if it doesn't activate.
Yeah, there's a few that you have to use the gauntlet in order to activate. I think you're just about there.
Oh, yep. There's Grimm.
Yeah, there's several bosses
Now-
you haven't actually done.
Do you see the little shield on the right?
Yes.
Dream nail it.
Ah, so that's how you get the Nightmare King Grimm variant.
Right.
Yep.
Are we ready?
I guess we're here and ready to go.
Did you want to refill your soul first, Nostina?
Actually,
Oh, yeah, you might
you know
want to do
what?
that.
Yeah, I might want to actually have
there's
a charm
bench
set
at
up.
the entrance.
I know, but yeah.
Okay.
Now that I thought about it, I should probably actually prepare for the fight. Because I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to go in there with a compass.
Yeah, go ahead and check arms and stuff.
All right. Let me.
How
go.
did you? Oh, okay, because you got the unbreakable heart. That's why you were getting the extra masks.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Gotcha.
I'm gonna go with the setup that I had for Radiance going in to see how long I last.
Okay. And for anyone that's curious, I have my Grub Song Weaver Song combo going. I'm gonna start with that, see how it goes, and I'll switch it out if I feel like I need to.
Okay, so we've got wizard build versus baby mama.
Well, the idea of my build is to allow for quick healing.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he will even allow me any healing. And if he doesn't, I'll have to switch it up. Already ready?
About as ready as I can be.
Okay, you want
God help me.
attuned, not ascended. Trust me, you don't want ascended.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that Ascended is like a more difficult variant of him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Assume like if this was like Doom, you have like violence. Ascended is ultra violence.
Oh, jeez.
So I'm assuming that Nightmare King Grimm is going to take 2 health every time he hits you. If that's the case, Ascended would take 4 health every time he hits you.
Yep.
Lovely.
Here we go.
Oh, yep. Here's the fight. It's starting. God help me. Why am I doing this? Oh, God!
There he is.
Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh,
God.
Oh,
Ow.
okay. Oh, ow.
Ow!
I'm gonna have to get readjusted to him. But this is. I don't remember that attack. Wow.
I'm already dead.
As am I.
I'm already dead.
I'm gonna have to get this this boy out here.
Oh my god.
Well then.
That was amazing. I couldn't even say anything. I was watching
I
the chaos on both
I didn't even
screens.
get much of a chance to examine everything he was freaking doing.
Yep. Hey there,
Where's
friends. Currently suffering panic attack. Wanted a chill place to hang out. Call my nerves. This would be the place. How are you doing? How you doing, Bunny? Yeah, you're welcome to hang out with us, but Baku and Nasada might be a little distracted because they're both doing a race to figure out who can beat Nightmare King Grimm.
Well, I'm sorry, guys, but my my death counter is busted, so no death counter today.
Oh great! He does 2 damage per hit. Oh god,
Yep,
that's so
he
great.
does.
Oh great!
Best-
His bats
This is
are
the best suggestion I ever made.
his bats are not the same as they were. Oh, and he leaves a path of fire behind him.
Yep. And you can't pogo off of it.
Okay, that was a mistake.
Oh yeah, both jets are enjoying the chaos and carnage that's going on. It's gonna be a long evening.
I'm already getting the feeling that my loadout's going to be changing because I don't see any openings to heal. Like, the regular Grimm has a clear opening to heal. I'm not seeing that here.
Yeah, until you send him into a stagger, it's not gonna be
Okay. I see what he's doing with the bats. The question is, how do I deal with that?
Yeah, I gotta...
I will not offer any hits. I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
I see what he's doing. I
that's
see what he's doing with the bats. I just don't know how to deal with it.
I agree, Wolf. I am very curious. But yeah, Maz was saying Bumbler and I have beaten all of these bosses on every level. Yeah, because we did the whole God Home nonsense. And, yeah, that sucks. That is an exorbitant amount of time and concentration.
I keep forgetting I don't have any soul. Ah!
Well, I mean, if you would go down to the jazz club with me every once in a while.
Ah!
All right, new readout. I knew that I would be switching very quickly.
Whew, that's a lot of blue hearts.
Yes.
Oh god, the bats went from being an opening to just an all-out. I don't know how to reach them. Ow! I got some hits in on him.
There you go. See, progress.
Ah.
I was listening to the base game soundtrack the other day, and it slaps. Oh yeah, no, the music in this game is great.
Let me try this loadout once more.
Ah, man.
Almost.
Jeez. I cannot get any hits on him.
I've managed to get a few.
He's a fast boy. Honestly, like, the thing that I hate the most is that lingering.
Oh, yeah, the lingering is terrible. Okay, that's a...
Okay. I see his pattern. I just don't know how to counter it. Ow. Okay. A mage build will not work. He's not giving me any chances to cast spells.
Oh, yeah, no, it's going to be all...
This is 100% a melee fight.
Yes.
So let's see what I can do with that.
Is there a Nightmare, Hollow Knight, and or Radiance version? Yes, there is.
I definitely want to keep Prem Song.
The hardest version of Radiance, I believe, is called the True Radiance, and you have to do all of the stuff in Godholm to unlock it, and that fight is a nightmare.
I swear, every time I go up to hit him, he hits me first.
I think he's called Absolute Radiance.
Yeah, that might be what it is.
All right, now let me have a look here. See, what did this do again? Oh, that's right. I remember that name. Let's see. Do I want to do Mark of Pride? No, hang on. Let me focus on melee damage first. I think that's what I want to focus on.
Yeah, so you're probably gonna want the strength, not the fragile, the one that doesn't break.
Yeah, the unbreakable strength.
Unbreakable strength. Yeah.
Wasn't there another one that makes melee attack stronger? I forgot.
Yeah, Pure Hollow Knight is the nightmare version of Hollow Knight, which that fight is fun. I really like Pure Hollow Knight. Absolute Radiance is just annoying.
I had enough trouble with the original Radiance. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I wouldn't put you through that.
When close to death, okay. Well, I'd rather keep myself not close to death. So, let's see. What else can I do to make this like a pure melee build? Ooh, quick slash. Wait, no, that's one too many.
I didn't really have that much trouble with Pure Hollow Knight because like that fight has like a rhythm, kind of like the Mantis Lords. Once you get into that like rhythm of like the timing of it, it actually goes pretty smoothly.
The fire is what's killing me.
Yeah.
Okay. I still don't know what to do with those last two notches.
Long nail's always a good thing.
I think I have long nail. Yeah, I have that equipped. I'm not going with Mark of Pride because it's one extra notch and it's not that much of an extra boost.
What? Don't you want to feel like a lion?
No, I don't want Twisted Spell. Spell Twister. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go with Unbreakable Heart for now. So it's a heart and melee build. We'll go with that. Prioritize attack and hearts. I'm not even going to attempt to cast spells with this dude.
If he chose Mark of Pride, then we could sing that one song from the lights.
I'm now leaning forward.
Ooh, he's got his game face on.
Ah! Oh, I dodged the bats.
I have already lost track of how many attempts each one is at. Because Baku's been like fighting a lot of fights.
Ow! Okay, he draws himself to me with that.
Oh, he's attracted to you.
Oh god. So fast.
If only we set it up so that after one of them beat it, we could see Bumbler fight this. Okay. I mean, I'd be fine. I'd have to re-download the game. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna re-download the game because I like this game.
Yeah, good. You know how you was thinking that maybe we would finish this in an hour and have to find something else to do? Yeah, that's not happening.
No. No.
What can I say? I'm a casual optimist.
This is way harder than I Excuse me. Grimm's
Honestly,
killing me.
Wolf, I've thought about on a Wednesday going back and doing the Iron Soul or whatever it's called.
Steel Soul Run?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got to figure out what to do with those bats. If I don't figure out what to do with those bats, this fight is lost.
The bats!
I have to figure out what to do with those bats. Because, like, with the original fight, it was just a straight line of bats. But now, there's 2 rows of bats, high and low. And it's like, what?
High and low and howdy-ho. I apologize, I'll excuse myself. I mean, I could tell you, but that's not fun, because that wouldn't be fair. It's our class of bats. It's driving you batty. Well done, Wolf.
I know what to do with the ground fire.
Bucket is like, he's entered like Zen focus mode. He's
Yes.
analyzing and compressing data right now. He's crunching numbers in his head like there's 5 bats. If I do go this way, I do that way, and I do this, and then I just go up. Let's see, so both of them are currently in the fight. Oh, there's some bats. Baku always goes super solid when he focuses. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm the one that's going to be given the casting and answering chat while they're doing their shenaniganery.
Yeah, so I can avoid the bats if I do not try and get a hit in. But if I say that as I get hit.
Yeah, but that's not how you win the fight.
No, exactly. You got to be more aggressive.
Yep. It's like, I want to help so bad, but I'm going to refrain.
Why?
Because I don't want to give y'all hints. I want y'all to figure it out on your own, unless y'all both agree to like getting a hint. But again, I don't want to do it.
No. I think I'm gonna go and change my loadout again.
Because I could like.
This stupid fire.
It's actually fascinating seeing like how y'all are going to try and adapt to this fight.
What hit me?
I don't know. I didn't see.
Finally got one of those.
Oh, I think you like flipped into his leg a little bit.
Those
the hitbox on his feet is janky. Like I do remember that.
I'm doing better with the melee build, but I'm still not really making much progress.
Yeah, Foxy. The bats are the weak point for Nasuda, while Bakuda is having a hard time with the fire. So we need fire bats, exactly. That's how we ramp this up.
The fire, I can understand if I just get better at predicting it.
Okay.
Okay, well, just going after his feet's not gonna work.
Eat the fire. Yeah, fire keys would be the bane of this game. It's like I can see so many things I will want to comment on, but I'm going to hold back. I do love seeing what y'all's natural, like, habits are, because the way that y'all are each handling this fight is different in subtle ways, and I love it. It's interesting, like, seeing it from just, like, a spectator's perspective. Having actually, like, completed the fight, I was just like, oh, yes, okay. In the you know? Nos, remember, you can swear as much as you need to vent some frustration. Yeah, let off some steam. Turn into a train. Or grunt at me like a dog that just had a really good stretch. That works too.
Honestly, the biggest hurdle for me right now is just learning his patterns.
Yeah, once you get used to matching the speed of his attacks, like, it'll start to flow.
Because, like, that's the thing. He has a pattern. I can see it.
The one that keeps getting me is when he shoots up. He goes over and then up. And I always confuse that with the other one that he dashes over with.
Oh, yeah.
I have to remember that he works. Alright.
And don't worry about the vines. They're only 6 seconds long. Says you. They're archived on YouTube. Vines will never die. Didn't like the gimmick of TikTok. Like, it was like, you know, you only had like 2 minutes or something, and then they extended it now to where you can put some longer things now. So
I don't know.
People don't really do those videos. So, oh, stay tuned for part 2. Uh-oh, he's had an epiphany.
I don't know if this is going to work all that great, but it's worth a shot.
Alright, what are you poofing about? Or are you not gonna share it with the rest of the class? Because it's
I gotta swap a charm.
You fiend.
Alright, where was it? Okay.
Okay, so it was a minute and they extended it to 3 minutes. Gotcha. Man, if only they still allowed you to have the King Soul for this fight, so you had just soul regeneration. So
yeah,
nice.
that would be nice.
It would be so nice.
It would also be too easy.
What are you talking about? This guy does 2 hits and doesn't give you a chance to heal. There's no such thing as too easy.
Yeah, well, we're talking about it all the time.
That's fair.
I always hit him earlier than I thought I was going to.
I also love that, like, I know a couple of the tricks, but I can't share them.
Just kill me. I want to start over.
Hug me to death so I may rekindle this flame of battle.
This could be a nice little bit of extra damage.
Uh-oh. What
Okay.
are you doing? It's true, Wolf. I want to share with the rest of the class, but it's also just kind of like, I don't want to spoil it for the rest of the class.
So to tell you what I did, I replaced my Unbreakable Heart with Sharp Shadow.
I was considering going back to Sharp Shadow because I am missing the Sharp Shadow.
Because I'm finding I'm seeing a lot of opportunities to dash through him.
Yeah, I think I might do that. Oh, you little...
Yes, scold the evil demon emperor. I'm sure he'll be threatened.
Attack her so I can slice you like shit.
Oh, hey. We have
hey.
the first one. Scream. It
Wow.
wasn't Asuna.
I wasn't the first swear. How did that happen? What?
Now listen here, young Grimm.
What? Oh, it's because I was like right at the edge of the shadow. Oh.
Yeah, Wolf, it's like I have a fondue pot full of like brilliantly made nacho cheese, but I'm not allowed to share the chips.
Ay, Chihuahua, no bueno. What? What?
What?
What?
Oh, you fell off the level. Yeah, there's probably a little gap at the edge.
How did his bats not hit me? How did I do that?
Yeah, were you just swinging your sword through the bats? Amazing.
Can the bats be... No, I tried that before and it didn't work.
Never actually had fondue. I know I'm missing out. I mean, it's essentially just melted cheese and chips.
Yep.
But fondue's awesome. The thing, like, you have to be real careful about with fondue pots is if somebody doesn't go and stir it regularly, you'll end up scorching it. And the
I get
entire
it.
thing
I get
gets
that. I
burned.
get that.
Never would have thought it was a pocket. For shame, pocket.
I honestly believe that if I could just figure out what to do about the bats, I would be performing so much better in this fight.
Once say, can't say.
Like, I have an idea of what I could try to do with the bats, but, like, it would require redoing my loadout.
Too many bets.
I've got an idea for the bats. That didn't work.
I'm honestly surprised Baku hasn't tried something, but again, I'm not going to say what it is. I honestly don't think it works too well in this fight, but... how many phases does this fight have? That is a good question.
My guess is 3.
I think it was 3 or 4.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten past phase 1.
Let's find out. It looks like...
It's like I know what he's gonna do with the bats. I just gotta figure out how to counter it. It's that one second at the bottom that really gets me. Because obviously it's to prevent you from just dodging through it.
Yeah, I'm not finding anything in particular, but I think it's like... Bumbler, I love your voice. Oh, thank you. I do try.
Let me see what I
I
can.
forgot there was 4.
Let me see what I can do to squeeze that in.
Rip the no talent. Well, he guessed first. I just vaguely agreed.
What would it take? Where was it? It would take 2.
He shoved me off. I was feeling really good about that one too.
Yeah,
Get
that
rid
one felt smooth.
of. I could get rid of Sharp Shadow to do that, but then I wouldn't
Actually-
have Sharp Shadow.
Reminds me of Mr. Freeman. Oh, like G-Man. Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. I haven't played Half-Life in a long time.
What do I have that would be like a decent one?
Do you have the thing that when you get smacked, you get soul? Yeah, you already have that.
Yeah. I could do Thorns of Agony.
I mean, for one, yeah, that's... there's not many one charms. You still got that
there's
VR
Steady
headset
Body.
you got a while back? Yeah, we still got the VR headset. I also still get the motion sickness from it.
What kind of headset is it?
I think it's the Oculus.
I'm pretty sure this isn't a good loadout,
Is it the Oculus? No, it's not the Oculus.
but it's worth a shot.
It's the big black one, not the big white.
I just want to try this idea.
Forgot what that one was called.
Ow.
Half-Life Alyx is pretty good from what I saw. Okay. Yeah, my problem with like if it's like a
Oh,
VR
I didn't
game
have
where
soul.
I'm stationary, I'm fine. But if it's a VR game where like your character walks around, for some reason walking around just makes my brain go.
I'm starting to get a little bit into the flow of this.
Okay, that's not.
Oh no. Freeman. Gotcha.
The reaction on that is just not going to be good for me. So I'm going to swap that back out. I was trying to see.
You're talking about Morgan Freeman.
I was trying to see if I could do Shape of Un under the bats, and that doesn't feel like it's going to work.
I just remember that famous like internet clip of somebody like talking like Morgan Freeman while he was like the bad guy in a video game, and he just leans into the microphone. And he's just like, "I can smell you."
I knew it was coming.
Uh-oh.
Okay, bats, I'm getting better.
I'm not.
Yeah, he got impaled.
And I keep forgetting about nail arts too.
Oh, I never use nail arts.
But nail art is so pretty.
I know I should, but
It's like macaroni.
it's totally done.
Like, no matter how many times I feel like that's going to work, it's not going to work.
What's not gonna work?
Trying to go through the bats.
I know it's like your instinct tells you just go through the bats and hit them with your nail,
Yep, that's my instinct.
and
it never works.
It always fails.
It
No,
never
it never
works.
does, and you never learn. I've had a good healing spot in that one. I know my sub ran out for you guys. I need to
Okay.
do that.
Okay. I'm seeing a method to dodging the bats. If I go through the center of the bats,
Yes, that's what I've found.
yeah, you can go through the center of the bats.
It's just retraining your instincts to do it every time.
Yes, because if you go through the center at just the right time, you can land behind the second one, and you'll be right in front of him to get some attacks in.
Yep.
It sounds like you're figuring it out.
Well,
Not
Yeah,
sure
the
what I
sort
could
of.
the
suggest.
few times I actually do that, I feel really accomplished, and I screw it up the next time.
Yeah, the understanding it, but then putting it into practice are two very
Yes,
different things.
yes.
Yep. Just wanted them to say bats. Like that Joker. Not just any Joker, Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the matter, bats?
All right, you piece of shit. Let's go.
Uh-oh, now we're 1 for 1. That's It's happening. I can feel the rage. He's hulking out. He's turning green. It's his color anyway. It works.
Nightmare King Jim. Yep.
Yep.
Get over here, Nightmare King Jim.
I sure do love the circus. What you doing over here in my tent?
Nightmare King Jim. Yep, that's that.
Oh yeah, Nightmare King Jim. Yeah, he lifts like GYM.
Ah.
Oh. All right. Well,
I'm
sorry, Baku, but we won.
What?
Not the fight. We were the first one to get a pot.
Oh, I was really confused there. I was like, what?
Are you kidding? You really expect me to beat this bastard that quick?
Yeah, we're gonna have to end the stream. Neither of y'all were able to beat him before we got a bot ban. The mods win.
Ow. Ow.
Like, even going through the center of the bats, it's, like, not guaranteed. I like the music, though.
Yep.
Oh, the music's great.
What do we win?
More bots.
Yeah. More bots to ban.
Harry...
I don't know why. I've always secretly, like, wanted to, like, just one day, like, in chat type out, like, a bot message from, like, the main account. And see if any of the, like, moderators try to go and ban it.
Oh, they probably would.
I did that to you guys, like a year ago.
Yeah,
you guys were about to ban my bot.
But like, I was gonna just do it on the R roleplayers one to see if they catch the username. And driving us bonkers. You know what?
Yeah,
honestly,
you look so threatening, floating there. But
what I would love is to have all of the moderators play a game of Mario Party, and then the one that wins gets like they're like the grandmaster moderator for like a month.
I really miss the ability to pogo right now.
Imagine trying to add our roleplayers account from their own channel. It would be amazing, wouldn't it? I can time myself out. I would have timed you out if you did that.
Sure. Jump into the spikes. That's exactly how you win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, jump into the bats. That's exactly how you win.
Yeah, you want to know what I just did? I just charged directly into Nightmare King Grimm thinking, oh yeah, that'll win me the fight.
Damage for your health. It says you cannot ban the broadcaster. Yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Why would you want to do that?
I'm kind of surprised you actually tried to.
It's almost kind of like I want them to, like, I wish you could put your own message in there because I would probably say, sorry, you cannot throw me. Move.
Yeah, I need to not do that.
I don't know what else I can
I just
try.
love watching your little spiders, like, try and jump up and smack them.
Bless them, they try so hard.
You're trying to use the spiders.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're getting hits in. They're doing damage, but I don't think I've seen him go down. Or wait, does Nightmare King Grimm have the thing where he goes down on his knees for like a second? I honestly can't remember. He has, like,
Come
a stagger.
on!
Oh, yep, yeah, he has a stagger.
How?
What the hell?
Fuck!
That's what I do. That's how I wake up in the morning. Get up out of bed, make a phone noise. Yep. And now Baku's in the lead.
We're gonna be constantly going back and forth between who's in the lead with the death counter.
Oh, I'm not talking about the death counter.
Oh, did he make it to phase 2?
No.
Ow!
Yeah, I'm really confused right now, so...
I've got a swear jar.
Oh.
And I'm keeping track of how many times each of y'all say something.
Well, damn, shitty, shitty, damn, yeah. Ah!
Alright.
He won.
The genuineness of it, though, is amazing. Yep. Took an hour for it to come up. Yep. Now he's hulked out. We're gonna have to get him a new outfit. All he's got left is his pants.
They better be purple. They better be purple, motherfucker. Oh, come on!
Oh, I hear me. Hi, Boom Boom.
Boom time!
Why am I having so much trouble with the spikes? It's like the easy mechanic of Grimm. That's like Grimm freaking basics, man.
Do I hear TC? Hi, TC.
Chat says hi. Well, Baku says hi, but I'm assuming chat's saying hi too.
Ow.
Can I? Yep, yeah, Boomer went swimming in the lake today, even though it was like 40 degrees outside. She was like, this is great!
I'm glad Boomer was happy for a bit. I wish I could feel happy right now.
Alright, I get another bean. Oh. Nope, no Boomer, you can't eat the bean.
Instead of subjecting myself to this bullshit.
I got soap.
Ow!
I'm not the one that needs the soap, chat. I'm the one that hasn't been cursed.
Why?
Everybody's saying hi to GC.
How did I not see the stupid fire coming out of the ground?
Because everything is red. I mean, it's red on red, you know?
Yeah, yep. Yep. Red!
Yeah, our channel colors.
The color of blood when you murder something.
Finally got that one right.
It's the thing that I want to do to this asshole.
Well, I mean, y'all are working on it, so, you know, it's a work in progress.
Ooh! Ooh, I got to the ball thing!
Ooh. Alright, that's the first phase 2.
Progress!
I don't even feel like I've even gotten close to it.
Alright, secret tease.
Don't tell us.
How?
So
How?
Finish the boss on Radiant, right? No.
Ow.
I almost feel like y'all are going to need to like play like Nintendogs or something after this. Just to like calm down and relax, de-stress.
I missed the jump. Ow.
You know, if Choctopus ever does videos on this game, it would be my luck to be the editor behind them.
Oh, this is for him now. What's his contact info?
Let's drop him a line here, shall we?
Yeah.
Ow!
I'm sure his New Yorker accent would be great for how angry he would get in this game.
Yeah. And watch, he would beat Nightmare Team Grimm, and I would just be sitting behind the monitor as the editor going...
Yeah, just screaming internally.
Yeah.
You've been having Vietnam flashbacks, Nasa.
Yeah. I'd be like the cat in that video who's having like the Vietnam flashbacks. wonder if anybody knows what video I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that would be a great race atelier, but I don't think that like they would want to go through that.
Go through what?
A race to see who would beat the boss on like radiant difficulty or the higher difficulties. We have to get through the first difficulty first.
Yeah, please let us get through the first step.
Yeah.
Then maybe in another decade we can think about the rest.
I still want the second game to come out. I haven't heard anything about Silk Zone.
Yeah, nobody's heard anything about Silk Song. I'm dying.
Oh my god. Like everything I did in that
I
fight
hate
worked
it when
against me.
Okay, I hate it when he fakes you out like that.
Oh, and then he backs up. Yeah.
Yes, it
What can
gets
I
me
do
every
differently?
single time.
What can I do differently?
You can come and knock on our door.
Ha 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 ha.
Ah,
But we'll be waiting for you, man.
Ha 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 ha. Oh god.
I could make a suggestion, but I'm not.
Then why did you say anything?
Yeah. For sass. Yeah, Radiant would just mean you have to play the fight perfectly. That's all.
Do I really want to try a spell build again?
Really, they've been neck and neck. Wow.
okay, that
just-
one always
How
gets me.
have we been neck and neck? He's gotten to phase 2. I haven't yet.
Oh, he's talking about how many attempts y'all have had. So y'all have actually roughly gone in and fought them about the same number of times.
Well, Baku's at the advantage now then, because he's actually made it to a second phase!
I spent exactly 1.5 seconds in that phase, so...
Yeah, but at least
Yeah.
you got there.
Honestly, I think the big thing that was the difference was the Weaverlings, a little bit of extra DPS.
Yeah, because I'm not
they're
using
doing-
anything like that. I'm doing a pure melee heart build.
Yeah, because Nasada's doing more damage per hit, but Baku's just got consistent passive DPS with those babies.
And actually, the reason why I have them isn't for damage as much as soul collection.
Yeah. They give him energy.
I thought they took soul away.
Nope.
No, not the
Not the
Weaverlings.
spider. Not the spider ones. The little flying mosquito ones do.
If you combine Weaver Song and Grub Song, Weaverlings collect soul every time they take damage.
Yep.
So they're just like constantly harvesting soul.
Tova. Sai in chat was like, I believe in Nasada. Then Dova just comes back with, I believe in bones.
Honestly, in this fight, bones are a bigger thing to have faith in.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, that's a very self-defeating thing to say.
I don't believe in magic, but I do believe in bones.
Okay. You know what?
In bones we trust.
Okay. Good. Okay, I've got some ideas here.
Uh-oh.
We're going to try out Baku's method.
He's getting the rhythm and the rhyme. So Baku, on a scale of 1 to 10, are you ready to jump, jive, Jimbalade the whale?
Bones.
Yes. Always.
Fair answer. Alright, they're both at the bench. They're considering their strategos.
We're trying out the Baku strategy with the spiders.
And then they all jump into a pit.
Yep.
Alright, guys, let's go. Whee! That's great. Please.
So it's the same for those two.
If I can just figure out what to do with the bats.
They're still the same. Huh. Okay.
In all fairness, you have both seen all of his favorite moves, so now it's just getting the pattern down. Yep.
Yeah, I see his pattern. It's just...
Committing it to the muscle memory so that way you...
Well, I'm still...
upon it.
It's not even... It's that, and also, like... I feel like I would do a lot better in this fight if I just could figure out those damn bats.
Okay. Let's try this.
I mean,
I'm feeling better about the bats. Kind of like what we were talking about earlier with dashing between them.
dashing to the bats on a one also been slain through the fields of death, crying all the way.
Oh, I'm crying.
I always get that little, like, diagonal kicking thing that
Yeah, when he kicks up.
you do. Yeah.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, he pretty much stole the Shoryuken from Street Fighter. Whenever I was learning this fight, I would always say that, so that way I could...
Oh my god,
Get
I
it.
got to the ball!
Hey!
Nice.
And I have to admit, the spiders helped. I have to admit that the spiders did help.
Yeah, they're helpful.
Yeah, I mean, they can even reach him when he's up in the air, because they can yump.
Yeah, you're seeing why one of the reasons why they are my most favorite charm in this game.
Yep. Baby build.
Honestly, building them around a spell build is actually helping.
Oh yeah, they're great as part of a spell build. Why did I do that? Why did I do that?
Yeah, I just asked myself the same question. Okay, that was not a good attempt. I think as long as these spiders can continue generating
That's not
soul
what I meant
for
to
me,
do.
I might be able to just
I keep hitting the wrong button.
avoid his attacks as best as I can and then just nuke him.
Yeah. Well, then show us what you got,
Well,
Mr. Smarty Pants.
it's just a matter of committing it to muscle memory.
Yeah.
Gotta commit to the bit.
Although I will admit, I really miss Sharp Shadow right now.
Yeah, I felt like Sharp Shadow's a must on this battle.
And for one bit, you can commit to the bit of me feeding Boomer a delicious treat.
Well, if I get Sharp Shadow, I have to remove something from my build, and I'd rather not because I have a really good spell build already. Like, honestly, the only thing I want is to just add Sharp Shadow to what I have already, but obviously that's cheating.
Yep. Y'all are both getting, like, consistently farther in the fight. Like, the attempts have already started lasting, like, much longer on average. So now it's just optimizing your movement and dodges.
What I'm really wanting to do is take advantage of Desolate Dive, because
I've been using it more. There
is a little bit of invincibility at the end of Desolate Dive, and it's a great way to land safely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Desolate Dive is amazing. Iframes.
Ah, it was too late.
It's like, I want to yell Shoryuken every time you uppercut somebody, but because of the screen delay,
Why did he go that way? Why? Why did you go that way, Hollow Knight? Not Hollow Knight. Knight, whatever, bug, man.
You know, Bumbler, I know you say you can't, but honestly, I'm here to tell you, Shoryuken!
Shoryuken!
Sure you can. Yeah.
Yep. Knight, whatever.
No,
but
not
yeah.
bats! I didn't think it was gonna be bats!
Yeah, it's a great name.
You know what? I'll take it.
I've been playing through a little bit of like Final Fantasy VIII, so now whenever I see the word whatever, it's just like, it's Squall!
What did I do that? Why? Why did I do that?
You thought it was a good idea, and it wasn't.
Ah!
I do that all the time. It's just a perpetual state of being for me.
You know what? Yeah, just quote me on that in quotes. Just my new quote. Night, whatever. Hollow Knight. Night. Whatever. Bugman.
Precisely.
Really? Oh yeah, I'm gonna start the fight by just slapping you in the face. Why not?
Yeah, that's what I do. That's how you formally, like, start a duel. He's a man of culture. Baku's thinking. Over there contemplating. Guess who knows Baku's mental weakness? Fire!
I got to the ball phase a second time.
Mm-hmm.
And I managed to stay in it longer, but not long enough to really get a handle on dodging his fireballs. But this strategy is the one that's given me the most success.
Okay.
Ooh, fireballs!
For you.
Death!
Fireballs, death. They go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the attempt that I felt the most confidence in. There were
Yeah,
mistakes, but I'm starting to.
I shouldn't have.
You were reaching the zen.
Yeah.
Nirvana.
Aha! Nuke. Ow.
Yeah. Okay, I'm making mistakes here. Ouch. Ouch.
Damn. A little too far away.
I almost want to try this fight with the stink baby build.
I mean, there are some benefits that would work with it.
Mm-hmm. Especially when he's doing the fireballs, if you put a big old stink baby bomb on him, like, he would just take a bunch of damage over time.
Yeah, getting that jump right with the bats is not easy. I'm getting it less and less now.
Ow.
Yeah, and that uppercut, when the fire comes down, I have a hard time predicting where it's going to land.
Yeah, because it's proportional based off of like where he throws it, so...
Yeah. Like the spikes, you can, if you're alert enough, you can avoid the spikes. But those, when the fire comes down after that uppercut, I can't.
Honestly, I'm having a harder time predicting the spikes.
The thing that I really wish that we had in this game is you could actually shadow dash up, not just horizontally. So you could just dash through like the fireballs as they're falling and stuff like that.
Why would they want to give you the ability to do that?
Because they help me. It's so hard to watch both fights going on. Like, trying to keep
Okay.
track of what's going on.
I am now at the farthest I've been.
Hey.
Oh, I just walked right into that.
I love how one of Baku's little spider babies was poking him while he was in the big ball form. He's like,
Okay, I was feeling really good about that one.
hey! He was the child! Yep.
Yeah, I got to that
Where he
healing
turns
phase.
into the bites.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his stagger phase.
I have not gotten there yet.
Join the heist. Okay.
I am still struggling.
Ouchies.
Phase 1.
Ouchies.
Oh my god, he's constantly doing that uppercut. Like he was spamming it for a bit.
Wait, why can't I join the heist? Am I putting too much?
Are you serious?
There it is.
Yeah, let me pull out the bats while you're in the air.
Nightmare King Grimm went into like the little bat phase where he looks like the child that you feed all the fires to.
Okay, there we go. I'm getting here a little bit more reliably now. Ah! Stupid hole. Made me look bad.
Oh, come on!
No! Not ascended!
Uh-oh. This is gonna be a quick attempt.
Yes!
Well,
Ow! That 4! That hurts!
yeah.
That was over quickly.
I mean, at least the fight isn't harder. He just does more damage.
Yeah, a lot more damage.
2. That's better. Nope. Oh, okay. That wasn't as. Die!
Yeah, at some point I'm gonna be doing another one of those Kenny Penny or yeah, I think
Man,
it was the Kenny Penny like
It's a little harder than I expected.
at some point. How you doing, Nas?
Not well.
Aw, why not?
I'm stopped. Y'all talking about, oh man, I got to the part where he's at the bats. Cool, good for you. I'm still okay.
You're doing.
Not just fine. I am very, very, very upset right now.
Everybody finger paints.
Ow. Okay, are you good with your uppercut yet? Have you had your uppercut fun? Huh? Huh? Have you had enough of your uppercut fun? Oh my.
Yeah, he was going like ham with those uppercuts. But did he put the lime in the uppercut?
You put the lime in the uppercut and flame them all up.
Actually, some roasted lime. Hey, that makes it easier for you to count, boss.
Why did I not think of that with the bats?
Gasp. He's made a realization.
I don't know why I didn't think of doing that. That makes a lot more sense.
He's done it. He's cracked the code. Now he never has an excuse to get hit by the bats ever again.
Unless I fuck something up.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, human error is something that we always account for.
Yeah!
I like that grunt. Biak! Very anime of you. Ooh, Baku's gone completely blue again. I didn't see when he did that. Oh, he's actually turned off his babies. Interesting.
Oh my god, he is just...
Why did I run into it?
He loves those uppercuts right now.
Oh, wait, why am I doing that? I can't heal.
I was curious what you were doing, Baku, if you remembered that or not.
Well, it was just, you know, when the boss goes into stagger, I'm immediately like in heal mode.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, the chance to get some health back. Wait a minute. And yeah, I tell you, that's right. These are technically dream fights, so they don't count as like true deaths in terms of game mechanics. So what's something that Bumbler and Baku could race each other in? Pokemon?
Gotta catch them all.
Arm wrestling? I'm trying to think of like what good games would be for me to race Baku in.
I don't know, just trying to think is making me lose.
Getting over it with Pen and Body. God.
No! No. We are not doing that. Ah, stupid fake out. I hate that fake out.
I could see a restaurant named that.
What, fake out?
Yeah.
Or getting over it?
Oh, getting over it is a better name for a bar.
Yeah, that would be actually a really good bar name.
I see Baku once getting over it on Steam. Did you add that to your wish list, mister?
Hell no.
I love that he just straight up said, hell no.
I would laugh if like Leah or somebody added it to his wish list with us. That would be even better.
Ah, damn it. Got too close.
Well, not speedrun, but like...
Ah!
Ah! I was feeling a lot better about that run. I was feeling a lot better about that one. I think the melee build is what I want to try.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've gone back to. I like it better than trying to.
Well, now that I've figured out a good method with the bats, I feel like I have an idea of like a good opening for attack. I just have to be better about dodging his attacks. I have to commit what he's doing to muscle memory and try to see it coming.
Yep. Y'all are starting to reach the point to where y'all are like getting better at like predicting, rather than just trying to purely react.
still not quite there yet. But I see his pattern, and
That was okay.
I see his pattern, and I'm seeing ways to get around his patterns.
Mm-hmm. If you had to like brand like how good you are feeling about completing this fight as an ice cream flavor, what flavor would it be?
Why did I do that? That was so stupid. Ouch.
Huh. Ice cream flavor, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So how good do I feel about finishing this fight compared to how I feel about an ice cream flavor?
Well, no, if you had to label how good you're feeling.
Chocolate cherry.
I was thinking of like salt because
Salted ice cream.
I'm feeling really salty.
So salted caramel for you.
Yeah.
Or are we going Kingdom Hearts sea salt ice cream?
Either one.
Ah, stupid fake out. I hate that.
Why did I do that? Wow, are you actually reliably getting to the second phase now?
No.
Then what
no,
is this
the fake out is he backs off and then does an attack.
Like, so there's one attack that I always sharp shadow him with. And if I sharp shadow too soon, he backs up with me.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
If you commit early, he'll do that. Like the game reads your movement, so it's forcing you to have to wait till he commits to something.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
But I figured out a solid method with that. Yep, I managed to get to his fireball phase with a melee build.
Nice.
So yes, the strat that I have with the bats is working.
Yep. Now you just have to figure out everything else.
So Baku, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, the bats are probably your best opening.
Okay. Ow.
You just have to figure it out. But now that I've figured out the bats, I'm seeing a huge opening for attack with them.
I've done it. I've cheated on the exam.
Yeah.
I'm not sharing the rest of the class.
I mean, it is a race.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not saying anything.
But I was at least going to be courteous enough to tell him, like, you know, if you're looking for the best opening, look at the bats. I'm not telling him what to do.
I got lucky with that one. And then he killed me.
Yeah, he was about to smash you.
But yeah, I'm definitely feeling the reads a lot easier.
Yeah, y'all's fights are getting a lot more, like, fluid. It just need some fries with that. That's a lot of nuts! Would you like fries with that?
Yes, that was good. All right.
Okay, Woody Woodpecker, what did you do?
Ow. Okay. It's fine. No, the way that I dealt with one of his uppercuts, I felt like a pro when I did that.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was clean. Like, you almost turned into a freaking Korok with that laugh.
You found me.
Ooh, that was close. Ah, dang it. It's okay.
How would y'all feel if instead of them saying like, "You found me" or if all of their sound bites were replaced with Beatles saying "Thank you"?
I made a dumb move to just see what would happen. When he went into his fat phase, I decided to get under him and screech him a couple times.
Yeah, and then the fireballs just.
Yep.
shoot you.
No, I'm well aware that was a bad idea. I just wanted to see what would happen.
Oh!
I wanted to see if there was like actually a possibility that I could cheat that, but no.
Kill me now. Thank you.
Baku, lights don't heal. There doesn't There's something I've always wanted to try in this fight. I don't know if it works though. Probably doesn't, considering this fight.
Ah, dang it! I was standing in the wrong spot. It's fine.
Wrong thing there. Ouch.
Shouldn't have done that. Okay.
Well, yeah, this one's just, I'm just gonna stand here. Let him finish me off.
You want to try a thing?
No, I'm just had a bad start.
Okay.
Like, he literally hit me with every single move.
Why? Oh, dang it. That was a much nicer, clean run, and I just made a stupid mistake.
That happens. Yeah, this is one of those fights, like, you get one setback and it just can kind of derail from there.
Yeah. It's also one of those where you really get into the groove, and you start feeling it, and then you get out of it.
Yep.
And I'm currently very out of it.
I'm
You're off
just
my groove.
I'm just starting to get into the groove.
How groovy is it?
I've got
Flat-based groovy?
I actually feel like I have a really rock solid method to the madness right now. It's just a matter of mastering it.
Like, how high are you on the hardness scale? Like, are you like diamond solid, or are you like volcanic rock solid? Or I lick rocks.
I don't lick rocks. I just have licked rocks.
I've reformed.
I took a geology class. I had a good excuse for it.
All right, so what's your favorite flavor, Rock?
Salt!
I mean, he has a point.
Somebody in chat, please clip that.
That was beautiful. That's what I was hoping for this entire night.
Ah, I just felt so good about that attempt. For some reason, I thought I could try to cheat the fireball phase again, and I didn't think straight about it.
Oh, ow! I was doing really well, and now I'm not.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
typically how this fight goes.
I've gone from being pissed off at his bats to, oh yes, the bats, please call them, I dare you.
Yeah. It's amazing how things can shift once you know what to do.
Yeah, I've pretty well got the bats figured out. It's just sometimes he gets ready to go into bats, and I counter a different.
Oh wow, I actually got to the fireball phase a lot more reliably. At this point, it's just a matter of me figuring out how to survive that phase.
Yeah.
But like, I'm starting to reliably get to the fireballs.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to figure out how to deal with it.
I'm gonna say. Oh, now get out of this chair. Actually, I might get out of this chair. I'm getting kind of hungry. I haven't eaten dinner yet.
But yeah, melee is the way to go in this fight, 100%.
Yes, I agree.
Ah, why did I do that? All right, that was a bad idea. It's okay.
This one did I use? Well, that might count as a hit, actually, so we're 3.
You are committed to not giving hits.
Well, it wouldn't be a fair race then.
I know.
Well, I mean, I guess it's
Ah, dang it. I was going to try and do something fancy right there, and it didn't work.
I'm like one of those, like,
Ooh, he turned into bats!
ooh, nice. Get farther. That's a stagger phase.
Okay.
You can heal.
I didn't take the opportunity to heal. That was my mistake.
Yep, but now that you know when he does that, you can start doing it.
He did it before he went into Fireball. That's interesting.
Sometimes he does do it before Fireball.
Yep. It just
That-
depends on how much damage you've done.
That is the farthest I've gotten so far.
Yeah, because he only starts using the fireball in phase 2, but that doesn't mean he leads it. He leads phase 2 off with that.
Ah. Oh, Fireball dead. There's two attacks. It's the uppercut and the dive, where I will easily get them mixed up.
Yeah, it's easy with you.
I've started to a lot more reliably telegraph his uppercut too. Like I can tell when he's about to do it.
Yeah.
Because your instincts are like when he's dashing at you, you want to jump over him so you can get the pogo. But then when he's up in the air, you want to like go under him, and it just this fight preys on your instincts from other
Yes, it
fights.
does.
Oh wow, I got to that second phase a lot quicker. And with
Nice.
health.
He has health.
Oh, the fireballs though. Oh, the fireballs.
I thought I was out of it.
Me.
Nightmare King Grimm for your health.
The fireballs are still killing me, man.
Yo,
That is such a hard part of the fight to get past.
yeah, it's just a little bullet hell.
Yeah, there's no real true way to deal with that.
Hey, Shield Maiden. Well, there is, but I can't say what it is.
Like, the only thing I've been figuring out is, like, there's a ledge guarding technique that I've been looking at doing. Sorry, I'm thinking in Smash Brothers terms. What I mean by that is...
You
what
gotta
I
spike him into the
No. I say ledge guarding, what I meant was, like, being at the edge of the arena.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Both of y'all seem to be doing that whenever he goes into the fireball thing. You'll kind of go one side or the other.
Oh, that's the only place to be when he goes into Fireball.
I've been half very much.
Neither have I. Yeah.
Man, Baku got the phony door. Baku comes and feels as though it died 69 times.
Pleasant.
I think I'm definitely feeling good about the current build. I just gotta be better at
Ouch.
telegraphing him.
Okay, so you're committing to this. Now
I
it's just
think
optimizing.
I think I'm committing to this build. I just gotta optimize my skills with
All right. I can dig
Ouch.
it. I've got a big old shovel.
it.
Hey, hi, did I say hi to you, Shield Maiden?
Yeah, you did. You did.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yes, I heard it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say it again anyway. Hi, Shield.
Hi, Shield.
Hi, Shield.
Ah! Ouch!
Now here's the next
Yes, I felt good about that.
Nice.
I actually forced him into a bat phase.
Very nice.
Nope.
Here's the next question. Do you have a counterpart named Swordmate?
Ow! 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 That was the worst fireball I've had.
Fuck!
Oh geez, yeah, that fireball phase was crazy.
Yeah.
You get hit once and then your timing is completely off.
Yes.
But like, I saw something with that fireball phase that I think I could exploit if I had enough time to examine it and practice it.
Ow.
Hey Nasida,
What?
You've died 69 times. How does it feel?
Nice.
Thank you.
Did Baku not say nice?
No.
No, I said pleasant.
Oh. Ah! Spikes.
Just there.
What? Oh, I wasn't standing in between them.
Oh, yeah, you walked back. Yeah, I saw that.
I have a bad habit of doing that.
That's okay.
Whenever I see spikes coming out of the ground, my instinct is walk back because I might have walked over a spike.
Yeah. I've walked into plenty of walls in my time. Fortunately for the wall, I'm a Kool-Aid man.
Hey! Well, I wasn't expecting him to do bats at the very start of the fight. All right.
Yeah, he did like the little the cartoon feet and backed up into the corner. He's like,
Oh. Why was I thinking he was going to do spikes? He wasn't. He was out. For some reason, I was preparing for spikes.
No way.
Yeah, he is like nowhere there when the spikes go through.
Yeah, that's the easy tell for the spikes. But for some reason, I was like, oh, he's up there. He's charging an attack. He must be doing spikes. Wait, no. It's fire.
He's going for a spirit bomb.
Somebody throw the rogues link up in my chat for Atelier.
Actually, Atelier, in Baku's Discord under general chat, I posted a multi-stream. But either one works.
Okay.
Ouch.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm starting to lose my groove.
You want to take like a little
I gotta breathe. I gotta breathe.
All right, tell you what. Next death, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Why did I do that?
Okay. All right.
One more again.
Of course he starts with that. Why wouldn't he? There's the bats.
Ah.
Okay.
And while they're both taking their break, I can have some alone time with chat.
Don't freaking... I'm gonna step back!
Yeah, he does that from time to time. He's got fancy feet. Alright, that looks like a fresh death for the both of yous.
Yep.
Alright, yeah, 5-minute break.
All right.
I gotta catch my bearings here.
Alright.
All right. And I'll leave this up so that Mumbler can talk to you guys.
Yay!
Alright. Are we switching our streams to break time mode?
Yeah.
Alright.
That's what it seems
I
like. But leave it up so that way I can talk with chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't want me to put it on the waiting screen. Okay.
Right. Yeah, no, I'll keep talking with chat. And we got a double bean when you get back.
Oh.
I honestly... Alright, yeah. I'm gonna have to... I want to walk around a bit.
All right. All right. See you in 5.
Alright.
Yeah, 5.
Yay, the Bumbler Show. Yeah. Cinnamon.
Alright, well, I got Juicy Pear. And with that, I'm going to walk around for a minute.
Alright, you taking off your headphones? You can't hear me talk?
I don't even know what you just said.
Cool. And I'm assuming Baku already left. Alright, chat. So here's the funny thing. You guys have no idea how hard it is to track both of you and collaborate in the roleplay. Yeah. So They both abandoned the concept of healing in this fight very, very early. There is actually a very easy way to heal in this fight. If you use the shape of Un, you can actually crawl under the bats, and you can heal every time he uses the bats. It's hilarious. Grab Warden has suffered a shocking defeat. Nice. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's great. And then the fireball phase, you know those little lips on the edge of the arena? If you use the crystal dash, you can just hold on to the side of it, and the fireballs can't reach you down there. So that's why that pit is down there. Yeah, Moz, you don't have to heal in this fight, but if you wanted to, you could totally go with a healing strat if you wanted to. So yeah, that little lip on the edges, you could just crystal dash to hold your position down there, and then the fireballs can't reach you. Instead of trying to, like, dash and jump through the fireballs, you can just hop down there and just wait. We got some people gambling. But yeah, I mean, there's multiple ways that you can handle this fight, but that's a couple of little cheesy tricks if you wanted to do, depending on what kind of build you want to go with. It's official. I love Final Fantasy VII Remake. Nice. Are they going to remake 9? Have they officially announced that? So Bumbler tell us a story. Okay. There was a point in time where at one point I was working on a production. However, the production was for a different language than what I actually speak. No official announcement yet. There's been a lot of rumors. Okay. So I was having to be the stage manager for an entire production that only spoke Spanish, and I didn't speak a lick of Spanish. That was like the most difficult pantomime day that I have ever gone through. But once we actually got everybody like set up, got the actors and everything on like the same page, and we went over the story, like I was like I was butchering so much Spanish that day, but once we got like everybody on the same page, a couple of people were able to like loosely translate for me, and we were able to get everything set up. And the unfortunate thing though was the producer that was in the TV station, because I was on set, so I had no control over this, because we were filming this for television, so we were at the studio. They have these like tape decks that you put a hard drive into so it'll actually start to record. Normally one of her technicians would be the one that would like handle this, but their technician wasn't there today. So she was the one manning the studio, and she put in the hard drive, but she forgot to flag it for recording. So whenever we like went through the entire show and we got like we were going to like check the footage, nothing was there, and we had to reshoot the entire show.
What was this?
This was they asked me to tell a story, so I was telling a story of a production I worked on once where somebody forgot to arm the recording track, so we had to reshoot the entire show.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, that was a long day.
What was terrible?
No, don't make me say it a third time.
That's funny.
The timing on you scoundrels. Yeah, imagine at the end of the day, everyone you turned to spoke perfect English. that would have just been the, like, at that point I would have done the hands on the hips, like, oh, you just kind of. Reminds me of a crazy day I had while working as a waitress. We had an entire tour bus of Tahitians come in, none of them speaking English. I was the only waitress on shift, and their translator wasn't with them. Anytime someone wanted something that couldn't be pointed out on the menu, I basically had to play charades. Yep, I've been there before. I've done some restaurant work. Because, what was it? I'm having a hard time remembering any stories from when I was doing some waiter stuff. There was the time somebody dropped hot coffee on somebody. That was loud.
I would
It
imagine
wasn't much
it
of
would
a.
be.
It wasn't much of a story for me. Oh, I know a story I can tell. Have you ever seen somebody set water on fire?
I've heard of it, but not seen it.
No, I
So-
don't even know how you do that.
Okay, so here's what happened. It technically was an oil fire because they didn't clean the pot that they were using, and they set the heat up way too high. So whenever the oil that was stuck on like the sides of the pans like boiled off and rose to the top of the water, it actually eventually like they heated up this water to the point to where the oil combusted. So it looked like the water actually caught fire. I can only imagine how long that pot had to be on those open flames for that to happen. It was amazing.
Oh, God.
How y'all feeling?
Better.
God, I'm remembering all sorts of like cooking stories now. So there was have any of y'all ever put like a freshly cooked hot meal in like a styrofoam container?
And the styrofoam melts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was working at a hospital at one point in time, and the typical like bowls that they would use for like hot meal day, whenever we were doing like a special cook thing, like they ran out of those, and so they're like, "Oh, we got some styrofoam ones in the back; those will work, right?" And then like we cooked up this big batch of like a fresh piping hot thing, put it in the styrofoam. Somebody goes walking off, and then I hear them like round the corner, and I just hear schwack. As the bottom of the styrofoam just eroded away. Oh God, I'd forgotten about that. That was amazing. Just like you just hear "Shpwak," and then whatever like curse word that they chose to use at that point in time. We've unlocked core memories in Bumbler. Darn right. No, my brain is a floodgate. Everything is locked away until somebody just like Kool-Aid Man's through it, and then at that point, I remember all sorts of nonsense.
How you feeling, Baku?
Feeling good. I'm considering changing out my loadout.
Uh-oh.
Really?
What you think about? Gonna go back to the Weaverlings.
Are we ready
Nope.
to get back to it, or are we still resting?
I think.
He's adjusting his charm, so.
Well, then I assume that means we are back from break.
Yelp.
Yep.
All right.
Whoa.
Let me take a sip of my water.
I love Salubra.
That was 13.
Whoa. I'm gonna eat my own children. Whoa. I mean, he did.
But it was for evolutionary purposes.
He still did it.
That's one less to do.
I mean,
that.
the purpose doesn't matter. He did it.
Yeah, that's fair. Nature's funny sometimes.
I think I'm gonna try it.
What's it gonna try?
All right. I'm sticking with my current load.
Who you gonna call?
I am.
I am calling on myself to slay this motherfucker.
I sacrificed a little bit of life to lengthen my nail, so I've got long nail and marker pride.
Going for the tickle strap.
Yeah.
I personally don't see that as worth it. like the extra length you get with Mark of Pride is not all that amazing.
But if you combine both of them together, it actually is.
Yeah, it's actually substantial.
I've tried using both. I didn't really notice that much. Like I noticed
some people
I
like it,
noticed
some
a
people
little
don't.
bit, but also ouch.
Ouch.
Yeah, because I attempted the fight again.
Ah. But he just said woo.
Ooh.
Woo. Missed. Didn't play.
No!
No what?
No Nightmare King. Ah!
Get down!
No, Mr. Nightmare King, you do that outside.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, Bakuda's in phase 2.
I do like this loadout better.
Why? Because you can actually heal a little bit whenever you do
Part of it-
stagger.
That's part of it, and the other part is I like the longer nail.
Okay.
I really make that much of a difference. It's like I've tried it once before. Like I just didn't notice much.
Do it your way.
I don't know. Like I feel like I've tried it once
Ouch.
before, and I just like it was like a teeny tiny little bit of extra range, but not enough to justify 3 notches.
I got second fireball.
Nice.
Oh, look at you, all fancy.
Oh, that fireball phase was weak. You barely had to do anything.
Shush you.
I feel like you only had to jump like twice.
Hey, we're not going to complain about ease.
That's fair.
No, but I felt really good about that one. I think the break actually helped quite a bit to kind of
Yeah,
clear my
sometimes
mind.
just stepping away from it can.
I almost made it through the first fireball.
Well, now that y'all are back, I can actually go take my break now, so I'm gonna be right back.
I almost made it through the first fireball. The bats, cool.
Ow. Stupid. Goodbye. Whee!
Why did I do that?
I will agree with what Wolf said. Just breathe. Don't let my progression discourage you.
I know, I was mostly kidding. Ow. Eyeballs. Damn it. I'm gonna see if this Mark of Pride bullshit is really as hyped as it is. Still have my doubts. I've tried it once before. I just didn't feel like it was that much of a difference.
Well, I think what's really helped me more than anything was the reset.
start with no soul.
Mistake.
Okay, with this fight, I see a difference. Which I guess that makes sense. Every little bit of range you get in this fight is a blessing.
Especially when it comes to like pogoing. So much easier to pogo with the extra lane.
Oh, I don't even try to pogo in this fight. Dang. Yeah, I haven't even attempted pogoing. Like, I don't even, like, how, like, where are you pogoing?
When he dives and then dashes under you, you can pogo. And healing.
Oh, I've been dodging that. I have been completely just dodging that. I don't even try. I'm just like, no, I'm just like, no, finish your attack animation and either do bats or ground fire. Because that's where I can hit you. Like, I don't even try with that. Dang it. That was a terrible one. That's fine. Ooh.
Uppercut. Okay, yeah. Just end me right now. This is a terrible start. Hug me, you fool.
Come on.
Sometimes you just gotta start over.
Why did I do that? That was a terrible idea. That was saying that a lot to me.
It's the theme of the night.
Why did I come back to Bakuda yelling
Ow.
Good job.
I've lost my zen. That's why.
Hey, chat, y'all want to hear something sad?
What's sad?
I went to the fridge to get like a drink, like a tasty beverage for the stream,
And there were none.
like the rest of the evening. Oh no, I had something. I just didn't have anything besides beer. That was cold.
Why is that a problem?
I don't know, but it was just one of those things that was just kind of like, huh, so this is what it's like to have this as the last resort.
So it's come to this.
Right. Yeah, we've been going at this for like 2.5 hours now, so I can also understand fatigue coming in at this point.
Oh, he went to his fire phase right when I died. Oh boy.
I don't know, chat. Should I give him a hint at like whenever we hit the 1 hour left mark?
I don't know. I'm feeling pretty confident in what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but I feel like Jared probably has like a method of like, there's a way that you can make this fight so much easier that you haven't thought of. Like, I'm sure that's what he's thinking. Like, I'm sure there's probably something that neither he or I have thought of yet, and probably just over there like, oh, there's something you could do that could make this so much easier.
Why'd I do that?
And he's holding it back on us to make this a bigger challenge for us.
Does
Oh,
it have to
yeah.
do with the fireballs?
I will not say anything.
Okay.
And yeah, Chad, it was one of the things during the break that I was going to mention.
Oh, should have left by now.
Stopped right there. Okay.
Oh, that's what it was. I was psyching myself out for no reason.
Ah, whew.
I unmuted the multi-twitch, but it also unmuted the Twitch stream that I had in the background so I could pop up chat. So I was hearing
Wow. Okay. You know what? Just, yeah. That was a terrible attempt, so I wasn't even gonna try.
I was doing really good, and then fireballs just wrecked me.
I have not been able to get past the fireballs yet. Not once have I managed to do it.
And that's because you haven't subscribed to the bumper plan.
Well, that's because you don't want to tell us anything about it.
For the low payment of $99.99.
I feel like whatever he has to say probably has something to do with those stupid fireballs, because that's kind of the thing that's really holding us back right now.
Yeah, the fireballs are the big hurdle right now for me. Like, phase 1, I've figured it out. It's just a matter of the fact that fighting phase 1 over and over is starting to fatigue me.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, honestly,
I feel like I
really
had my
changed
Zen.
this attack between like the phases.
So I feel like I had my Zen earlier and I was doing really well, but
Now you're just tired.
now I'm having a hard time even getting to the fireballs. The idea that this fight has multiple phases and the fact that I haven't even gotten past phase 1 yet is killing me.
Oh no, you've been in phase 2 several times.
Well, I managed to get him to turn into bats twice.
Oh, then yeah, you were in phase 3. If you did it twice in the fight.
Wait, that's phase 3? I thought that was phase 2.
No, are you saying you got him to bats twice in the same fight, or just twice total?
No, I got him to bats twice total.
Oh, gotcha.
That's what I was saying. I'm pretty sure that's phase 2.
Yeah, that's alright. I thought you meant in the same fight.
No.
Ah!
Hops. He's like a tile of a holiday old lady.
Ah! I was doing good too.
Yo.
I am getting to that phase 2 more reliably.
Yeah, it's the fireballs that are the big trick for you now.
It really is. Like, I get hit 2 or 3 times with those fireballs.
I got greedy. Instead of focusing on dodging the ground fire, I was trying to go for a hit.
Alright, chat, would you be okay with me giving them a fake hit?
No. And I'm not joking about that no either. That is a very serious no.
Alright. But it would be like a hint, but it's not like useful hint. Give him a fake hint and a real hint.
Make us figure out which one's the real hint.
I mean, we're just gonna ultimately try both hints.
Hi. I win. You win. Charlie wins.
Also, hi, Charlie.
Damn it.
Everybody says hi. She says hi.
Why did I walk into the spike?
Yeah, you were safe, and then you just nudged a little bit forward.
It's because I didn't really fully see the spikes coming. Like I saw the spikes were coming, and then I tried to readjust myself to try and be in between spikes, and then I realized, wait, I was already standing in between spikes, and I moved, and now I'm not.
I've done that so many times. Ow! Ow! How did he hit him?
Oh my God, are you serious? Are you? Wow.
Thank you for noticing. I am
Ah, you're so funny.
I drew. Like, not going to lie, y'all's fight patterns are actually very similar now. So I'm watching them side by side, like the way that y'all are adapting to things is very similar.
Oh! Almost got through that.
It's just phase one. It's just phase one.
Man,
I'm
like riding a bike.
I'm having trouble with phase motherfucking one.
Well, I mean, the entire fight isn't easy. That's why Nightmare King Grimm.
Oh, I was doing really good with that one too.
If he was just King Grimm, it wouldn't be that bad. It just summoned Grep.
Why did I do that?
I can see why people say this is the hardest fight in the game.
I don't know. It maybe was for a while, though.
Well, I can see where people would say this is harder than Radiance.
Oh yeah, and base radiance, absolutely.
Yeah, base Radiance.
Every time I beat a fight in this game, and I feel so proud of myself,
No.
everybody's like, oh, but that's not the hardest fight in the game. Oh, but that's not the hardest fight in the game. Oh, but that's not the hardest fight in the game. Shut up!
Are we breaking you, Nos?
We can talk about other things.
Can I have some sense of accomplishment here with this game, please? Eh? Yeah? Some?
You beat the game. That's an achievement in and of itself.
That attempt was doomed.
Doomed.
No! Ouchies. Ouchies. I'm getting farther. I'm getting farther more reliably.
Why did I? Whatever.
But I'm guessing there's still one thing we're both doing that you're just like,
It's not really a it's just kind of a, like...
if they only knew.
Yeah.
Have any
It's
of us-
not obvious.
Have any of us come close to figuring it out ourselves?
One of you almost did it unintentionally, and that was the closest.
Who was it?
It was actually you, Nos, at one point accidentally.
At one point, I almost accidentally did something.
Yep.
You're not going to tell me what it is.
No, unless y'all want to know.
No, that was stupid. They got greedy. Ooh, sweet. Oh, that was dumb. Man, I was doing so good going into this, and then I screwed it up.
Yeah, keep doing the bats. Just keep doing that over and over. That makes you easy.
So is Nos
I
getting
was-
further? Yeah, they're both reliably getting deep into phase 2.
Well,
I was doing so
I
good.
was getting to phase 2. I haven't been to phase 2 in a while. fireballs. That counts.
Yeah, that he only starts doing fireballs in phase 2, which means he's crossed the threshold. But his staggers aren't linked to phase transitions.
Okay, I managed to get past the fireballs one time now, but at the cost of having only one heart. Okay, I just transitioned him to 2. No! Ah!
Oh, he spawned on top of you.
No, that wasn't what it was. I tried to take the opportunity to get a heal in, and he started attacking when I was doing the healer. Yep, he did the fire pillars as I was healing.
Yeah.
I tried to seize the opportunity, but I was too late. But at least
that one.
I'm figuring things out.
I figured out what to do with the fireballs, kind of. It's as we said earlier, being at the edge of the fireballs is the way to go.
Well, I kind of started to figure out it has to do with circles. There's like a circle movement that if you can do it, you can kind of do well against the fireballs.
How did I dash? I didn't need to. The more you do the bats, the better.
Is further ahead than you guys. Yeah, maybe.
Yes, keep doing the bats. I love when you do that.
Yeah, Baku's starting to figure out the traditional way of doing it.
That's fine.
Yeah, that was bad.
Ah, damn it. Damn it! I got past fireballs, and he got me spikes.
Well, at least he got you something. He hasn't given me
Ouch.
in years.
I am at least reliably getting to phase 2.
I've only managed to get him to transition to phase 2, like with the bat transition, a couple times.
Yep. Now you just have to weather the storm for another phase and a half. Or 2.5 phases. For phase 3 or for phase 5.
My other problem too is I have less health right now because I decided to do the Mark of Pride thing. I really miss having hearts.
Remember those days where we feared the bats? Those were good days.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't miss them. I don't miss them. I at least have a way to attack him now. I at least have a weakness that I can expose.
Yep.
Whereas before I had nothing!
Ah, that was bad move.
Nothing.
Just take me. Take you.
Like if he just did only bats
Too many
and nothing
mistakes.
else, I would beat him. Nope, not going for it 'cause he's got the Yeah, there you go. Can't be greedy.
Ah, she's seen that coming.
Okay. Okay. So with the uppercut, it's always going to one of the fireballs is always going to be one that comes straight down. That's actually a good form of measurement.
Ouch. Ah, I missed the pogo. That hurt.
I have not attempted pogos at all. Maybe that's why you're getting to phase 2 quicker than me.
I'm just waiting for something else.
I'm afraid to attempt it with all that fire he's got going on.
I'm dead. I can tell you that right now. Woo! I survived it. And now I'm dead. Hey, to get through a fireball without taking a hit, I feel good about that.
Yeah, I've managed to do it twice. Well, without taking... Well, I've managed to survive 2 fireball phases. I haven't been able to get through one without being hit.
Fire.
That starts.
You enjoying your uppercuts there, buddy?
Yeah.
Another uppercut. Okay, these uppercuts are killing me.
Yeah, he just did like 5 straight uppercuts in a row.
But did he ask if you would like some pound cake?
No. Because here's the thing, he wouldn't get me.
How's Drunken Bumbler doing over there in the corner? I was able to get some Then at that point, it would have like a proof up there with like hard alcohol. Actually,
Ooh, I managed to get a couple heals. I transitioned into
Why am
phase
I
2.
standing here?
don't mention that. Yeah, sure, why not? Have any of y'all heard
No!
of Dunkaroos?
I managed to transition him to phase 2. I managed to get 2 heals in on the transition, and I survived the fireball with 1 heart, but he killed me right there at the end of the fireball.
Yeah.
I felt great about that.
Heard of what? Dunkaroos.
Oh, Dunkaroos. Yeah, that's like from our childhood.
Yeah, Taylor recently talked me into making a batch of it. So we got some cake vodka, and then we got some cake mix, like the yellow cake mix, and then you get some vanilla.
Why did I do
pudding,
that?
And then
Why
you
did I
mix
do-
it all together with a bunch of other stuff, and it makes this like creamy. Oh, you need like a Hulu as well. And you mix it all together in this big creamy batch of like dunkable, like you get some confetti and chunk it in there, and it's really good. And then the little bit of the cake vodka that you put into it just makes it like really, really good. But it's also just kind of like, man, you could eat too much of that with like vanilla wafers, like dunking into it or something. It's just like, I shouldn't be doing this. It's too good. I've brewed since college. Pure Hollow Knight is my hardest, and everything Grimm has an exploitable rhythm. Yeah. Pure Hollow Knight is just so fast and incredible. But yeah, you have to preempt kind of with Pure Hollow Knight.
Got greedy there.
Yeah, I tried to go for the pogo right there, like Baku's been doing, and I just got... I got destroyed.
It takes a little bit of practice, but once you get the rhythm of the pogo down, you can hit it fairly reliably.
Yeah, it's just free damage. Hey!
Happy 100, Nos!
Yeah!
Uh,
How does it feel? It's like a birthday, right? You're 100.
This game makes me feel like an old man right now.
Ouch. Bad mistake there.
It's dangerous. Take this.
Speaking of that, I have to say, I've been enjoying my Zelda Game & Watch way more than I thought I would.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just... Every now and then I'll sit down and I'll look over and it's sitting there and I'll just pick it up and fight a dungeon and go on my...
Wait, no! Well, alright, I guess I'm doing the advanced version of the fight.
Oh!
Baku did that earlier.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it hit me for 4 damage.
Have fun with that.
Yeah. I didn't know they made a Zelda Game & Watch thing.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cool. You're gonna have to look at Nautilus.
Yeah, I have.
My favorite thing is to watch the time mode. Just watch little Link run around and kill things on a giant clock. Yeah, I'm pretty well screwed up on this attempt.
I know. Celebrate like TC did. Money. Actually, chat. Have any of y'all been playing Wordle?
I've been seeing that everywhere. What is that?
Yeah. So TC recently showed it to me, and now we've been doing it every day.
Wait a minute.
What?
I just thought of an interesting little strap for the fireball.
Uh-oh. You figure it out.
You walk off the edge taking only one single damage and giving you invincibility frames throughout the rest of the fireball.
I mean, it would work.
What? What?
It's just an idea.
No.
I
That's
don't know
that's
if
not what
it's
I'm
a good
freaking
idea.
out about. I got him to
No, I
phase 2 on the Ascended version.
Nice!
Well
Nice!
What?
See, you've got the jam. You just need the peanut butter.
I
You little shit.
can't believe I did that. I can't believe I pulled that off.
Oh, Baku, that parry. That was insane.
Wait, I think I know why I managed to pull that off.
Because you knew it was a throwaway game.
Well, I think what it was is that because I knew that if I took one hit it would be 4 hearts, I was being a hell of a lot more careful. Like, I was taking better care to not be greedy and focus on dodging and getting hits where I could.
Yeah, the name of this game is dodging. Dodging is always the first priority.
Yep. War of attrition style. Boss, I'd like to make a recommendation.
I missed the pogo.
We dodge.
Are you still in there? Or oh yeah, you died, didn't you?
No, I died. I went back to attuned and now I'm struggling again.
Maybe you should just swap to Ascended.
No.
I mean, if it's helping.
No.
the fear in the voice. Just no.
I feel good about myself for just getting to phase 2 and Ascended at all.
Yeah, that's an achievement. So that is not easy taking that much damage.
On a first try, too.
What is it about like the first attempt? Sometimes like you just like it's just
I know
it's
it,
magic.
and then you lose it. And then 2 hours later, you finally
It's like what happened to the first attempt?
I always psych myself out there.
I thought about trying to pogo, but then I thought about dodging, and then I ended up just not doing anything.
Well, here, try this. The next time you want to pogo, yell it out as if you were yelling YOLO. Pogo! But like, really go for it. Like, I want the entire neighborhood to know what you're doing. If nothing else, it'll at least make it more hype.
Like, if I could get the progress that I got from Ascended in on Attuned, I would be in great shape. I'm trying! You make it seem like I'm not.
I'm not saying you're doing it. I'm just saying you gotta do it. I'm not saying you can or you aren't. I'm saying you're in the process. You are like the brain of a computer. You are processed.
Pretend that it's a sentence.
Nope, nope, nope.
Pretend that
Bad
each
move,
hit
bad
takes
move.
4 hearts. Just pretend.
Ow. Hey, what's our death count out now?
It hasn't been updated in a while. We'll probably come here in a second, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and practice the pogos.
Baku, you are at 97.
That was not a good time to pogo.
Oh. Knew I was messing up there. I had a bad start on this one. I am starting to dodge the fire from the uppercut a little bit more reliably.
I got to fire.
You're figuring out the spacing
and
on it.
I was only with 1 heart, and he killed me with 1 fireball.
Yeah.
Ah.
It's like I know, like this is definitely the build. This is the one.
Mm-hmm.
This is the build.
Oh, that'll take you to glory.
Just gotta master it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you could ask yourself something.
What?
WWMD?
Heck is that supposed to
What was coffee?
be? You know what? You're right. I never thought of that.
Probably something involving explosions, but I still want to do that one day.
Do what? Oh, the cosplay.
Yeah.
Ow!
Cosplay. TC as Hat Kid and me as Mafia.
Oh yeah, y'all would like. That's a perfect cosplay for you two.
Yeah, it would be great. The only thing she would hate is I would have to wear like a bald cap or something.
Yep. You're hearing this, right, Baku?
Yes, I am.
Bumbler and TC doing a cosplay of Mafia Guy and
Yeah.
Hat Kid. It's amazing.
We'll get you to dress up as the conductor.
I'd do that.
You can get little like buttons made for you that can hand out to people that just say peck neck.
I want to destroy this little peck neck.
I'd love to cosplay Snatcher.
How would you cosplay Snatcher?
That's a good question.
Like, I'd be interested
very,
to see.
very, very long road.
Yeah, like I'd be interested to see like how somebody's take on him would be. He would be a tough one.
Just a blanket yellow pens.
Yeah.
I feel like Snatcher would be one of those flailing arm inflatable tube men.
Missed me. Oh, that was bad. Oh, why am I sucking so bad?
I'm asking myself the same question right now.
It's because you betrayed. Move here making goofs and games.
All right. I have to stop being sidetracked and try to focus here.
Oh, sorry, am I a distraction?
Yeah. I just gotta. I keep on telling myself I'm gonna practice the pogo, and then I don't practice the pogo.
Hmm. Hey, come over here. I normally finish it myself. Use time, money, work, responsibilities.
Okay, I need to stop getting greedy and heal only twice instead of 3 times. Because the triple heal is really doing damage. Actually, I'm not panicking as much as I was earlier.
Yeah, it's more just the rhythm gets thrown off.
Either the rhythm gets thrown off, or I threw out the wrong counter.
It's like easy. Remember in the group where she says, tell us where the talking llama is and we'll burn your house tomorrow.
Yeah.
Me too.
I watched it when I was sick with COVID in November.
This might be a self-destruct, but I want to try something.
Ow. Ow. Okay, I got really greedy with that one.
I was going to say something. Oh, I know what I was going to talk about. This is probably an ample distraction. Is anybody else excited for the Cuphead show? I am legit.
Yes! Oh, I'm so excited for that. It looks good.
Like, the animation looks on point. Honestly, the thing I keep hearing people mostly talking about is just the voices. Like, oh, that's not what I expected.
Well, am I hearing Tom Kenny and Patrick in there? Because I feel
bit,
like
yeah.
I am.
A little bit. I mean, well, I guess the thing that threw me off about it is
Oh, I moved right into that.
this should have been expected. And I understand why they went this route, and I'm not complaining about it. But considering that Cuphead's whole thing is that it's inspired by Rubber Hose era like animation,
Yeah.
I would have thought that it would have seemed more hand drawn. You know?
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah,
And,
but
and again, I get it. I'm not complaining. I get it. It's just seeing it so digitally animated, I wasn't expecting that.
honestly, you would be probably hard pressed to find traditional hand-drawn 2D animators.
It's true.
Since all the production workflows have adapted to like digital things just for time.
Yeah, and again, that's not me complaining. I want to make that abundantly clear.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
complaining.
just-
I get it.
It has a different feel.
It's just not what I expected, is all I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Especially with the game, but they did that for the game as like a stunt to get attention.
I just think it's interesting that it is an animated show based upon a video game that is based upon an era of animation.
Yeah. Well, honestly, that's something I've been noticing a lot in the industry is throwbacks to different eras. Because I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but apparently black and white filmmaking is actually making a comeback.
I did not know that.
I've been
Kill
seeing
me,
it.
please. Thank you.
I
Yeah,
actually,
ever since,
I seem to
they did-
recently recall that they like have. I recently saw a trailer for a black and white movie in the theaters. I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I forget the name of it, but yeah, it was around the time whenever WandaVision came out, and they did like the throwback to like different eras of like television. And it started off with black and white like sitcom.
Oh, WandaVision doing those throwbacks was brilliant.
Yeah, so like that and a couple of other indie productions around that time period really like showed people that black and white filmmaking has a place in modern media. And so now I'm really curious to see what
Should've
people
done that.
do with that limitation of color being, stripped from the production. But there's something just so crisp and vintage looking about black and white whenever you do it the appropriate way.
Well, I can tell you this from a music standpoint. Limitations actually fuel creativity.
Yep. No, I tell my students that all the time. Because sometimes whenever you're creating in a vacuum with endless possibilities, it can lead you astray. But whenever
Yeah.
you confine yourself to certain things, that's one of the reasons why Cuphead was so good, is because they restricted themselves to a certain style.
So one of the things you do when you actually start focusing on creating a score for a game is you build your palette of instruments, and these are the instruments you're going to use for the entire soundtrack. So you don't have, certain instruments in one track and certain instruments in another track. In order to build a cohesive soundtrack, you use the same palette for the entire game. and it actually helps you to hone in and focus on what it is you want to create.
Right. I know an example I'll sometimes use is, have any of y'all seen the music video for Junior Senior's, I think it's Don't Stop Repeat? Or was it Move Your Feet? I can't remember.
I don't know. All that I know is, ever since you brought up Cuphead, I haven't been able to progress at all.
I've just been having to try and tune you guys out at this point.
Yeah, that's what I should be doing, but I can't help it. I hear a good conversation, I want to chime in.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm the distraction.
Yes, you are.
I'm the artificial difficulty. Little did they realize I was the boss all along. But yeah, the reason I brought up that music video is because they actually animated it at a regular pixel size. So instead of doing it like standard like 480 by
you know what?
something, they actually like changed it to like a weird in-between value, and it changed the way that they had to create the pixel animations because of the resolution difference. And it led to a unique video that stood out.
All right, let me start that.
Nightmare King, you super dank meme bumper. I like it.
Are you gonna be like Zote, where every time you distract us, you get a new title?
Oh my god!
Yep.
Are you done with the uppercuts? He literally uppercutted me to death.
Like, did he uppercut 5 times in a row?
He did!
Wow. That's crazy.
Ouchies.
Like, it feels like he's getting a lot more aggressive with the uppercuts.
Yeah, he really changed that up B combo.
Yeah, there he goes again. He keeps doing uppercuts.
He's just button mashing. He's not a real Shoto player.
God, he is loving his uppercuts right now.
How many deaths since I left? I lost count. I tried, but I got distracted with my own conversation. I would say just add 10 to each total. And go from there.
Like I don't. It feels like he's using his uppercut way more often all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with your RNG over there.
Should have gone for that. I got greedy. Honestly, greed is one of the things that's killing me.
It's like capitalism.
Oh my God.
I know.
Yeah, there he goes. He keeps using uppercuts. Like
At least I'm getting back to face.
He is almost like he's been almost using that almost exclusively.
I'm being stupid again.
That's my job.
I know.
And every time we stream this game, I'm just like, I want to go back and play this game. I like it.
I don't. That's why when Anasta started streaming again, I had to pick it back up, and I started going through the Gone Home.
Mm-hmm. How far have you gotten in it?
I did the first gauntlet, and then I've done a lot of the bosses.
Okay.
I managed to do Radiant Hornet,
Ah,
but it's the first Hornet battle, not the second one.
right. Well, congratulations on
That
getting
was a
through it.
mistake.
He is starting every fight with an uppercut, and it's really annoying.
Well, if he's starting with it every time, I can play for it.
It's really hard to counter it when it's at the very start of the frickin' fight.
Yeah. guy remind me of? Maybe?
No! Why did I go for that?
Because this art style takes a lot from it.
Alright, if this guy is Zim, who's Gerd?
Me. Grrr! I lost again.
Oh, the one time I prepared for the uppercut, he doesn't do it.
Of course. The game knows, man.
See, I've done that before. I prefer the uppercut, and it's bats, and I just charge right into the bats.
Yep. Exactly what I just did. And then when I'm not expecting the uppercut, there's the uppercut. I don't know how that missed, but fine.
Ah, I see what happened.
Ow! How did I go back?
Again, I was ready for the uppercut. And the one time he didn't do it, he was like, bats. The one time I was ready for it. Alright, look at my pet bats, they're adorable.
I kind of feel the way that, like, that's how Alfred felt the first time that he found out about Master Wayne.
Oh, why didn't I get
Chose
that?
his motif. Bats. Okay. Guess this is what we're going with. That's no way.
Oh, okay. That one that I keep thinking is going to go straight down is not going straight down. It's a little off to the right. So I'm trying to use the one, like the uppercut fireball, like the one that comes
to,
directly.
Gauge the rest of them.
Like I'm trying to use the one that comes out directly from under him to gauge where the others are going to be.
Who would have thought? Yeah, that's amazing.
God, he is loving his uppercut. Good God! It's
All right,
like
chat.
the game is freaking learning. It's like, oh, the uppercut is where he has a hard time. Use that more.
Well, it is
Chat.
Nightmare King Grimm.
Yep. He's got artificial intelligence. What is y'all's favorite DC storyline?
Oh my God, he's starting with something that isn't an uppercut. Holy shit.
It's like Christmas Miracle. On the topic of that, Miracle is yeah, that's a good one.
Why did I let him do that?
Yeah, why did I poke a lot this uppercut? That was terrible.
Counting games in the Arkham video.
Nope,
games
nope,
here.
nope,
Yeah, those
nope,
are
nope.
good.
That's how you know I'm starting to lose it.
Like the Flash. I think one of my favorite storylines is the Killing Joke. Yeah, that one's.
I think this is
a big
one of the farthest. I was doing good. I was doing really good on that one.
More of a Marvel guy, but I do like Static Shock. Yeah, Static Shock's good. I think one of my favorite Justice League storylines is whenever somebody steals all of Batman's plans to neutralize the Justice League and then turns them into like deadly versions. And then at the end of it, once like all of them have somehow overcome these like really deadly trials specifically tailored to counter them, they hold a meeting and they're asking like, where did all these plans come from? It had to have been somebody that knew us really well. And then Batman in the meeting is just like, oh, those were mine. And everybody's just like, what the hell, man? And he was like, well, if y'all ever got mind controlled or something, we needed a plan to neutralize you. But they weren't lethal, but we have to plan for that because we've got freaking, like, arch enemies like Gorilla Grodd that is like a telepathic monkey, you know?
He was smart to think that.
And, like, the only person in the Justice League to have his back was Superman, because Superman gets it, because he's probably fought a lot of those guys a lot more than the others.
Okay, I'm feeling really good around this one.
I have not felt good about the runs for a while.
Well, typically
Nope,
it's
nope,
because
nope,
you
nope,
have
nope,
a
nope, nope,
physical
nope.
illness when you have
Oh,
one.
misread the bats.
I knew you were going to make some joke out of that.
I would-
Yeah, I'm not feeling good about any of these runs.
You might just get tired.
Like, I think I've just lost it.
Thunder Rider's amazingly reread his backstory and became popular. Yeah. Like Gorilla Grodd, Brain, Brainiac. Yeah.
Like, I haven't been able to get him to phase 2
3.
in a long time. You know what? Just kill me. This is a terrible attempt. Just finish me off.
You want to just take a quick break on something?
I don't even.
No, why did I do that? I got greedy.
I don't even know if a break would help.
Oh, no.
Just
Ah!
clear your mind.
Oh, I was so far.
Aw.
Yes, I call for a 5-minute break.
Well, I've already started an attempt.
That's
All
okay.
right, next step.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Oh yeah, Wolf.
I was in the zone with that one. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take off for 5 or so.
Okay. All shield wouldn't now be here.
Okay. Honestly, the thing that I'm having the hardest time with right now is his uppercut.
He really started upping the rate that he's been using it at.
Yeah, but like even then, like I don't know why. I am starting to find myself just struggling really hard with it.
Well, I think part of it went from when you tried to start pogoing it, I think.
Well, like I'm not trying to pogo his uppercut. I'm trying to pogo off of when he comes down from up.
Right.
And that has been very hard to pull off. I mean, this is the best build that I've had so far.
Yep.
This is the best one. Honestly, I'm not sure what I could do differently that would make this better. It's exactly what I need it to be.
Okay.
So
now it's just execution.
yeah.
Leah, do you know who Jensen Ackles is? He did a cosplay of Red Hood and it was so damn good. I can see that working out. How you doing, buddy? You need a hug? Go hug your dog. I can't hug you right now. Jensen Ackles was in Supernatural, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Dean Winchester. Oh, I didn't know you voiced him. Yeah, no, Sam wasn't Jensen Ackles. I forgot what Sam's name was. Are you still there?
Barely.
Sam was Jared Padalecki. Yep, that's a Jared. That's why I have a hard time remembering his name. Nobody's allowed to have my name. I think at one point Wade cosplayed as the demon dude. What was his name? Crowley.
The only character I've ever seen Wade cosplays,
Kingpin.
Yeah.
That one was good. He also did who did you dude? Spike the baseball bat, Lucille baseball bat. Negan, that was the character's name. So he had another Negan cosplay, yeah. We did a video with that one, actually.
Actually, I have seen his Negan cosplay. I have seen.
Yeah, we were held hostage at Christmas.
Yeah.
That was fun. Trying to get the lighting right with headlights was really difficult. Oh, the Batman who laughs. Yeah, that is a terrible and grim storyline.
I know I'm here and I'm really quiet, but that's because I'm recovering.
You're recuperating. You're zoning out. You're revitalizing your energies. Yeah, just breathe in and out. In and out. Ah!
Fucking Xenoblade.
I'm never going to unhear that death scream.
Ah!
I mean, sometimes you just need to have a good ah.
Sounds like he's letting go of a really huge shit that he's been holding in all day.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you die, you kind of do that. Then again, I don't know if he had even eaten in years. So that's what R&R stands for. Yep. Now we bring you rogues and relaxation. Yep.
Yeah. I just went through hours of fighting one of the hardest bosses in Hollow Knight.
Legit, I want to try and get my job to get one of those binaural audio microphones. And I would totally borrow it for a stream so we could mess with it.
And I don't want to hear any of the bullshit of like there's bosses harder than Nightmare King Grimm in the game. I don't want to hear it.
What are you talking about? There's nothing harder than this guy.
Exactly. He's the hardest fight in the game.
Yeah, he's the final summit. He's the last mountain in the range.
He is the hardest boss in the game, and I will not accept otherwise.
He is the steer of this pasture. Trying to think of other analogies I could use for this. The only other one I could think of was he's the nail in the coffin.
is he the lime and the coconut?
You know what? Why not? He likes to party. He does run a carnival, after all, you know? Do it blindfolded? God, no. Tova, you madman. You know not what you ask. Like, if he had predictable patterns, then I could see that, but no.
Well, at that point, you would have to use audio cues.
Yeah, but it's the... You can't tell the spacing from the audio cues, though.
Yep.
I wonder what happened to Baku.
He's taking his break.
Yeah. I just feel like it's been a while.
Yeah.
Maybe him and Charlie are having a rubber chicken fight.
Yeah.
Baku went to sleep. Oh, that'd be great.
That'd be hilarious if that's what he did.
Yeah. Just taking a power nap.
Oh, man. Though now that you mention it, it has been a little bit.
Yeah, positioning is such a key aspect of this game. There are some bosses that I could totally see you doing blindfolded, but not this guy. Especially with the holes at the edge of the arena. Ugh. If he abandons his stream, the Legion will take over. That's fair. Alright, Leah, get in here. We're tagging you in.
Come on, let's go. You gotta play the game now.
Also, NOS, with OCE servers coming to FF14 on the 25th, the ability to buy the game again is also coming back, so I can finally upgrade. Nice.
Yep.
It tries to reach controller from 5 miles away. Yeah, just like cartoon extendy arms it. You just gotta wind it up like Popeye first.
Mm-hmm. And then you gotta eat your spinach.
How did you survive? I ate my spinach.
I just love that logic.
Oh, and also, did you know about the new Yu-Gi-Oh game? They're making another new Yu-Gi-Oh game
They shadow released a new one already.
called Master Duel.
Yeah. I don't know anything about it.
Is it any good?
I don't know.
Should we play it?
I don't know.
It's free.
if it's free, then I don't know if it's gonna be good.
Free on Steam.
Yeah, but if it's free, then it's probably
Master Duel. All right, I'm going to look up reviews for this. All right, here we go. We're gonna get the synopsis. Finally, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Digital card game you've been waiting for, the definitive edition of the competitive card game that's been evolving for over 20 years. Duel at the highest level with duelists from all over the world. Get ready, it's time to duel! About Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Masters. Now you can play the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG digitally anywhere. Fast-paced duels with stunning HD graphics and new dynamic soundtrack. Get ready to challenge duelists from around the world. Play duels at any level. The full Yu-Gi-Oh! experience is available for anyone at any skill level. Don't worry if you're a new player, if you haven't dueled in a while. The in-game tutorials will teach you the basics on how to play the Yu-Gi-Oh! trading card game. You'll be given a deck when you finish to help you start with your journey. Collect new cards as you progress through the game to power up your decks. God,
when did this become a sponsored stream? Why did I come back to this?
I don't know. We were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! That they released a new game that's free to play, apparently. I was just going to see how much I could squeeze in before you came back. But actually, it's got positive reviews on Steam, so it might be decent.
I never was into Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I can understand that.
All right. I'm feeling really good after that last attempt. I was
Optimism.
I'll be
I
honest.
was really in my Zen mode there.
Yeah, you were grooving.
I'll be honest. I'm feeling worn out, but I'm willing to go another 25 minutes until the stream is over.
Okay.
Would y'all like?
Let's see what happens. Sure, let's go for it.
Would you like the hint, Nosada?
Yes.
Okay. You know the edges of the arena?
Yes.
I figured it had something to do with the edges of the arena.
Can you wall jump off those?
Nope.
Wait, you can freaking wall jump off the. I thought about it because I've
No.
used wall jumps to my advantage in the past.
No, you can't. I
But-
tried it and it didn't work.
It didn't work.
No, I tried it. I insta like got hit the moment I went over the ledge. Is that the hint that you've been holding back this entire time?
No, I've got another one.
Well,
That must have been the fake hint.
yeah, I was about to say if that's a fake hint, I already tried that, so I already know it's fake.
I'm going in to check this wall. I'm
It-
going in to,
it doesn't
to actually
work.
check this wall.
It doesn't work. I tried it and I immediately died. All right, time to get back to it.
Yeah, no, there is no wall to jump off of.
I told you. I tried it.
All right. Fine.
It does not work. So I don't know. Maybe Bumbler, maybe they patched it out. I don't know.
It's possible that in the original fight there was a wall, but not in the Godhome fight.
Yeah, take a minute. All right, you caught me. That was a fake hint.
Because I had considered wall jumping earlier, but I was like, no, there's no wall.
Yeah, the legit hint though is that you can't actually do this.
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
In
you can.
between phases.
Been healed.
No, you can.
Are you talking about with the spikes?
No. you
Nope,
can't.
not
No.
the spikes.
No, you can't heal in this fight. Only
Okay,
between
that's a
phases.
good hint.
Only
That's a
in-
good hint.
Only in between phases. No, I don't believe that hint. I've been fighting this guy for almost 4 hours. There's no way that you can heal in this fight.
But have you tried Shape of?
Yes, I have, and it sucks. No joke. No joke. I actually did try Shape of Moon in this fight earlier. It does not work. No.
What part did you use it?
That's.
Are you sure?
Yes, I did. It hit me.
Really?
Yes. It doesn't
It's
work.
for me.
Was that really the hint you've been holding on to this whole time?
Yeah, I've always used Shape of Moon on this fight.
I tried it earlier. The bats hit me.
See, I've never used Shape of Moon. I'm curious.
If it works for you, I'm going to question reality. Because I tried it. I tried healing under those bats twice, and he hit me both times.
Works on fireballs, not bats.
Fireballs I can believe, but the bats I tried. Doesn't work.
Isn't there a fireball that goes like right along
We're going Shape of Moon.
I know another thing you can do is if you have the Shape of Moon with the speed upgrade, you can actually heal during the fire pillar attack because you can crawl faster than the pillars.
Oh, with the quick focus?
Yeah.
But the
Well,
and plus the problem with there is a problem with that strategy too is that you have to take a lot out of your build in order to get that working.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to completely redo your build, which is kind of what I'm doing right now.
Yup.
It's
Yeah,
like
no,
I
it's-
don't want to
It is
hear.
just, it's a different way of handling the fight.
Yeah, I
You don't
just-
have to do it that way, but there is a way that you can do it that way if you wanted to.
No, I feel like this is not going to work for me, but I kind of want to try it.
Especially after y'all have built up like so much muscle memory. I get it.
Jeez, now
At this point, I've given up on trying to pogo. And when it comes down, like every time I try to do it, it destroys the fuck out of me. Like I don't know. I just do better dodging it. I just don't like that as an opportunity.
need more muscle memory. Shape of Voon actually might be useful.
Yeah, it's just building up the soul for it.
Which is why I had to bring back my little Weaver rings.
Yep.
But I'm gonna try this. There might be some merit to this.
But yeah, the reason it works on bats is you jump over the first bat and then you can crawl under the second bat because the second bat goes up to try and catch you from the jump and then it goes over you.
What? How in the heck does that work? You can't get into Shape of Voon fast enough for that to work.
Can you jump in Shape of Voon?
No.
No! You have,
So
to, jump, and then you have to
jump
land,
over the
and then
first
get
bat
into Shape
and
of
then
Voon.
go. Yeah.
See, I was using Shape of Voon during the Fire Pillars.
Yeah, and that works too if you have the quick focus for the speed.
See, I've been using the Fire Pillars as an opportunity to look for an attack.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's an easy attack. Ah, you're going bats. Well, that was a terrible start.
I tried it with the bats earlier, and I swear the bats still hit me. Like, I could have sworn that's what happened.
It would be easier to show you than to describe it.
And, like, the way you described it, like, jump over the first one and then get under the second one? How do you even have the time for that?
With the quick focus, it activates faster.
But you have
Going
to
bats
land.
again.
But you have to land, and then you have to get into Shape of Voon before that second bat hits you.
Yep.
Like, that seems to me like something that only works if you frame perfect time it. Like, that just doesn't seem reliable to me. Like, okay, I'll admit, I haven't tried doing it that way, but I just don't see how that would work.
Yeah, like I said, there's multiple.
Sorry for all the coughing.
It's all good.
Oh,
Like, I'm just trying to process, like, if that's even possible.
It's tight, but it is tight.
Yeah. Well, here's my problem.
It's more than just tight.
It's adding a new element that you have to think about,
Yeah.
and that makes the battle harder.
Yep.
Yeah, because to me, I see the bats as the prime opportunity to get an attack in, not...
Oh yeah. See, I'm only healing during pillar, not during bats.
Ah, dang it. I finally managed to get to the fireballs again, but he killed me with the fireballs. I'm just...
Because what
I'm
happens?
legitimately having a hard time processing how that works.
Yeah. Because what happens with the bats, the reason y'all are having such a hard time dodging them is because they do actually track you a little bit.
Well, I'm not having a hard time dodging the bats.
Yeah.
The bats, I actually, like, whenever he pulls out the bats, I'm just like, oh, good, that's easy. I got that figured out now.
I was more talking about at the beginning when y'all were figuring it out.
Oh, gotcha.
But yeah, no, that's the way a lot of people handle that is they'll hop over the first one and then dash through the second one.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. That, to me, makes the most sense.
But yeah, if you're kind of right, you can actually hop over the first
this
one
is-
and then do the second one.
This is totally messed up my muscle memory, switching
Yeah.
things up like this.
Yeah, if you want to go back to your other way of doing it.
I might. I'm gonna try this for a little bit longer. The thing I like about blue the blue masks is it takes healing out of the equation,
Yeah.
and I like that.
Yeah, you just have to focus on it.
I'm dodging.
Have you tried the honeycomb one?
I'm not sure that would be good.
No,
Okay.
I don't want to do honeycomb on this fight. He
It
hurts
takes too much.
and plus he does 2 damage. Like the honeycomb doesn't really help with that much.
Yeah, that's true.
If he was dealing 1 heart of damage per hit, then it would make more sense.
Man, those Weaverlings actually add up over time.
They do.
Little slug Baku healing in the fire bill.
Yeah, I am getting some reliable healing in, but it is going to extend the fight because those times when I'm healing, I'm usually dealing damage.
Are you
Right.
actually healing under the bats?
No, I'm not under the bats,
During
the fire pillars. I'm able to get
I
2
was
heals
about
in
to
during fire
say,
pillars.
'cause that was starting to make me question. Like, did I do something wrong with the shape of moon or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd have to show you how it works.
Ouch. Yeah, I don't know if I'll stick to this just because, well, I might stick to it for a little while to see if I can adjust to it, but
Did I actually parry him? That was awesome.
Yeah, you can parry their attacks. It looks really cool when you do it.
Like, I mean, this is just one of those fights where I've just accepted that I will never be able to handle this fight unless it's a phase transition.
Yeah, stagger.
That's the only time I feel like healing is possible in this fight. Like, that's just how I feel about it. And I feel like if I feel like if I try to bring healing back into the equation, it's going to completely screw up my muscle memory.
That's fair.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I want to be able to heal. It's just I'm not seeing any openings for it. A lot less openings here than there was with Radiance, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm a dead boy. Oh, that's funny. We both died at the same time on stream.
We did.
Oh, yeah.
Well, at least from my perspective.
It was pretty close.
I'm going to stick with this for a while because I'm liking the healing. And the Weaverlings are dealing damage to make up for the damage I'm not doing during the fire.
Yeah. This is the long game, Bill.
Did I do that?
I really want to try this fight with Sting Baby. You know what? Maybe I'll do that as my next challenge run. The Sting Baby combo.
That was a terrible idea. I shouldn't have tried that.
Well, I was doing really good, then I got hit 3 times in a row.
Yeah, that was a really dumb idea that I had right there, trying to heal whenever he went into Fireball. Why did I do that?
Yeah?
I have no idea why I did that. That's how you can tell I'm getting tired.
Yeah. Hey, good night's sleep. Come back to this tomorrow.
Well, I won't be playing this tomorrow, but... Yeah, managed to get 3. Oh, that was a fast fireball transition. Damn. Dang it, he just slapped me to death. I survived the fireballs with 1 heart, and then he just slapped me and I was dead.
works, it works.
Ouch. Oh, fireballs! Yee! Ooh. Ow.
Can you just do that forever and nothing else?
That would be nice, wouldn't it? If we don't beat him today, are we doing a second race?
Yep. At some point, probably.
Ah, I was doing good. Yeah, I'm liking this build the more I do it. The stink just adds to it.
Yep. It has longevity.
The only reason I added stink is because I had a slot to fill.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen some people do Shape of Wounds, Big Focus, sometimes, and I've seen some people do the Stink Cloud and do
Phase 2.
It just really depends on how you want to go about managing your soul.
Ah, I was too early on that first jump.
No, that was the farthest I've ever gotten.
Yeah, that was a
Ooh,
great.
nicely done.
I actually,
You're getting close.
I actually managed to get like halfway through phase 2.
Oh!
Oh. That was a good one.
Aw, how did that fire really hit you? That doesn't sound like that should have hit you, Baku.
It just did. We don't question it.
Yeah.
Just get better with his uppercuts.
I'm game to do this another time.
You know what's throwing me off? I had to shorten my nail in order to add Shape of Boom. And it's throwing off my
Distance.
my distance, yeah.
Yeah, especially
It's why
for,
I'm-
like, Pogo.
Yeah, it's totally throwing off my pogo.
Yeah, whenever I stopped using Mark of Pride and stuff, I got into the habit for some fights to, whenever I'm trying to pogo, I hit an attack and the jump button. Oh, hey, you went under the bats.
I went under a bat.
Yeah.
The
then you-
second one got me.
Yeah, because you ran out of soul, so you unshape a wound.
I mean, I guess it's technically possible to do it with Shape of Wound, but it requires the bat to be a very specific distance off the ground.
Yep.
Well, and also one of the reasons why I went under it is because I was going away from the bats, not toward them.
It feels like every time I think I got the uppercut figured out, he does something different with it. It's like those fireballs are not consistent.
Oh,
Like, his uppercut thing really is
You were in a safe
reactions.
spot and then you moved.
I know.
But yeah, I've had to do that in the past where, like, if I'm doing the pogo with just the default, I'll sometimes do the double jump just to make sure I don't fall into something.
Damn it! Why did I try to pogo up his uppercut? That's such a dumb idea.
Uh-oh. I was doing really good till I got here.
Oh, you were able to recover some health.
Till now.
Why? Why did that pogo miss? There's no reason that it should have missed. He was right below me. Like, Bumbler, did you see that?
Oh.
Yeah, I saw
Did
it.
you see that pogo attempt? How did that miss?
I'm wondering if it might have been that y'all technically flashed and it
Like, that was a... That detection was off.
yeah.
It completely screwed me up.
Still, it feels like you've got your mojo back.
Somewhat. Ah! I managed to get one more good run. Ow.
Lost focus there. Okay, just end me. This one's gone.
I tried to sneak a heal in and it didn't pay off.
We could do a different challenge for like 1 minute.
Why you do this to us?
First one to get a dream nail hit on King wins. God, that would be so difficult.
I am so done with this stupid uppercut. What did he do?
He went in there swinging the dream nail. I could appreciate it. I mean, that's one way to get a butt ton of soul. I just wish you could move while you were charging it up.
Yeah, this is not possible. Like, in order for the dream nail to work, he would have to luckily land right beside you when it
Yeah.
unleashes.
Or you catch him during the charge of like his Shoryuken.
Yeah,
And
no,
even
this,
then, you're going to get hit.
no, the dream nail takes too long to charge.
Yeah, you have to predict him doing that. It's all RNG.
Yeah, no. I tried for 2 battles. I'm done.
If only you could use the dream nail teleport.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Just teleport to the other side. Poof. What do you need?
Poof, what do you need?
Aru. I don't know why I love the idea of the Nixon genie.
Oh.
Alright, you know what? I'm ending this attempt. That was a terrible start.
He's calling it. At least that attempt.
Yeah, that attempt was terrible.
So who feels like they've learned more of a fight than the other person?
I don't know. I haven't been watching Nasuda.
Fair answer.
Damn it!
And almost cleared that. Ouch.
Me too, Costa. I also want to send them a piggyback.
Why did I do that? Like, I do really well and then have this one moment where I falter and I can't pick myself back up.
Yeah. So it looks like for the spikes, you keep overcompensating now. Honestly, that was always the part of the fight I hated, was those darn spikes.
Yeah, you have a split second to react to them.
How? What hit me?
Oh, that fireball clipped you.
pogoed off of him, and then something hit me.
That's a good answer, Nova.
I'm feeling better about the fireball phase, though.
That's good. Yeah, you started doing the thing that Baku was doing, the tiny circly hops.
At this point, my biggest thing is his damn uppercuts.
No, I was not in a good spot for that to start.
I'm not allowed to say what my biggest thing is on screen.
I dashed to the center of the stage right as fireball started.
Oh, and then you were just in a bad spot.
Yeah, it ruined me. But I'm getting the feeling back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're getting kind of to where you were with the previous attempts, but with this one.
Yeah.
All right. I felt better about his fireballs. You know what? I'm actually starting to figure out something that might be doing better for me, which is I'm making adjustments to how I dodge, and it's actually incorporating slower movements. I feel like by overwalking, I'm actually starting to I feel like by overwalking dodges, it's actually hurting me more than it helps. And so I was doing like a few slower dodges right there, and it was actually helping a little bit.
I'm missing these pogos and it's killing me. Like,
see, like, I don't know if you noticed that, like, I'm just taking like one step forward on those fire pillars instead of full on walking.
Right. And that keeps them more closely packed, so they're easier to know where the floor fire is.
It also allows me to much more easily get closer to him so that I can get off a screech.
Yep. Yeah, Baku, I would just start double jumping over that if the pogo keeps missing. That or jump dashing.
yeah, I just need to dash after the pogo. So that it's just...
It's the muscle memory now.
Yeah. You're stupid.
I might think I got that uppercut figured out.
Little dash back. Xbox is keeping Call of Duty on PlayStation. Interesting. That sounds like a contractual thing. Or it may be that they know a large part of their audience base is also on that platform. They don't want to alienate. Sometimes it's a better idea to remove your hand from the heart.
Oh, I went too high with that jump. And I jumped on the uppercut.
Oh.
Yeah, the uppercut.
That was a good run.
I'm having a hard time reminding myself that when it comes to the uppercut, I cannot jump.
Yeah, you have to dash through him on the uppercut.
Hello, Kaido. Get bad guy. And what the police?
What?
Oh, that. I feel like that's fireball should have hit you. That was dumb.
Phase 2, get a heal.
Yeah, Baku's had less attempts because he's taken like a slower style now. so his attempts are lasting longer because he's healing. So the fights are going longer.
I managed to get to phase 2 that time.
So Nasuda's going for a more of a burnout strategy, so he does more damage per hit, so he can get through phases faster, but he isn't able to use like any healing to draw out the fight.
Well, that's because I have given up on any opportunity to try and heal in this fight other than phase transitions.
Yep. Which, I mean, that's a valid strat.
It's not a strat that I like, but it's the only strat that I feel like is working.
Ouch. I was doing well until now.
I screwed up on the mats. Damn.
Yeah, the way I got through God Home was kind of using something similar to Bakuda's
Okay, moving
strat.
into 3.
Good for you. The only person here who's managed to make it to phase 3.
Come on, heal. Wasted that heal.
Hi, Boomer.
Okay, that's... Oh, I was doing so well. Oh, man. That just torched my focus there.
Yeah, I saw that. But you're still in it.
Oh! I had just hit the dodge button when I went to do that. That's the farthest I've ever gone. Oh, the badge that makes me a slug thing, that would be Shape of Un, this one right here.
Yep. It's
And
very
I'm-
handy.
I'm really liking this build now. I didn't like it at first, but I'm really liking it.
Yeah, you went with a build similar to Nasuda Moss. Yeah, I understand that. The reason I went with it is because it gave me some extra longevity to get through the gauntlets. Because I know a lot of people like to go with like burn strategies where you just try and like brute force your way through the fights. Makes you harder to hit as well. Yeah, Sai. Yeah, the Shape of Un literally makes your hitbox smaller, so you can actually dodge some attacks that you normally wouldn't be able to by just
I was
crawling
supposed
around.
I was supposed to heal that time, but it didn't trigger. Oh. Yeah, there I go. Yeah, that hurt.
Yeah, you dashed to the center and then tried to recover.
Well, I mentally didn't recover after that heal didn't take.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to experiment with the Weaverlings more. I never really used them that much.
They're great. Because I wouldn't be healing as much as I am now if it wasn't for them. Ouch. Ouch. Thank you. Ow. Ow.
Fuck. Just-
That was a rough one. That was a rough one. I can't tell because I'm so focused on the battle, but is the stink helping at all? Like, can you tell us?
It is.
Okay.
It is actually doing some damage because anytime you dash through him, he's getting hit by that. And do you also have Sharp Shadow?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So you're getting quite a bit of damage, especially whenever like he is like trying to charge at you, Cloud is doing some damage. So it's just yours is a very passive damage kind of build
Ouch.
with the Weaverlings and the Cloud. Yeah, sometimes depending on like the spacing, he'll get like 1 or 2 hits from the Cloud.
He did the thing.
That's a little backstep.
Well, it's because he was going into bats and not uppercut, which is what I was anticipating.
Yeah,
Those two sometimes
they look very similar.
they do.
Because they both start with him like in that pose where he has the cape closed, and then one he lunges forward, and then the other one he just throws out the cape. So yeah, the tell on that is like very
Fireballs. Yeah, because I sounds like what's happening is Baku's going with a passive route, and I'm going with an aggressive route.
Yep. Both of them can work depending on your playstyle. That's one of the reasons I like this game. There's very few fights that force you to do things in one way. Baki, that was lucky.
Yes, it was. Why didn't I jump? Oh no! Oh, I'm so stupid. I was hitting my my spell button to jump.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why you shot the.
Screwed me over.
So you shot one of your horizontal thingies during the
Yeah.
fireball phase. That's like
Yeah.
what?
No, my brain just flipped a wire.
You're getting tired.
Yeah.
We're both getting
that's-
tired. We are both tired.
Oh yeah, the aggressive route would definitely deal more damage, especially in a shorter period of time. But it's also less safe, so anytime you get hit is health that you are never getting back.
Yep. Ah.
I wonder if does it have my name stuff? I'm looking at the game now out of curiosity.
Four.
You know, regardless of how tonight turns out, I'm really happy with the progress I've made. No, I was not happy with choosing Ascended.
For that, I'd have to take off Unbreakable Strength, Grub Song, and Mark of Pride.
That was quick.
So I'd be left with Sharp Shadow and Long Nail. So I deal.
I think
less
I beat
damage.
regular Grimm in Ascended.
So I deal less damage and I
Let's
have
see.
shorter range, but
Yeah, I did. I did beat regular Grimm in Ascended. But this is much, much worse than that.
I'm going to try one more build before the night
All right.
is over.
What do you have in mind?
I'm going to try and go like big heart mode.
Full blue?
Yeah, full blue. And I'm going to try. I'm debating if I want Actually, yeah, I think I'm going to keep it this way. Because I really like having Sharp Shadow. So I'll be dealing less damage, but at least I have a lot more health to work with.
Yeah. See, to me, Sharp Shadow is a must with this battle.
It really is. It really is. I don't want to put that down for this fight.
I underappreciated Sharp Shadow when I initially played this game. It wasn't until a couple months ago when I started playing again that I started using Sharp Shadow and really appreciating how good it is. Ow. Oh, it's bats.
Oh, I thought he was about to go into fireballs. That was me misjudging. These two.
Just barely hit me. Nope, nope, nope. Bats, bats, bats. Whew. Oh, should not have done that. I shouldn't have healed for as long as I did. Ah, there I go. I was doing good and then I fell apart. I am still here.
Alright.
Oh, that was the
Does that
farthest
answer
I've
your
ever
question?
Sorry, I was doing it real quick.
I think I was actually getting close to phase 3 on that one.
Oh, really? Wow, sounds like you'll really stepped it up a lot.
I want to do one more attempt at least before the night's over.
Alright, well, I just found my old save, and I'm actually in Godhome for, like, one of the saves that I had.
Really?
So, yeah. I was just curious to see if I had it, but I was like, yeah, I could actually go back in and try the fight again if I wanted to. But it's already late, so I won't do that tonight. Maybe next time. But I was going to ask y'all, I didn't know how much longer y'all wanted to go, but I was going to walk through real quick so she can rest the rest of the night.
I think we could last that long, depending on how long your walk is.
Alright, it wouldn't. I'm just going to walk around the backyard because it's like 37.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were going to keep going or not. That's why I was saying, like, I want at least one more attempt.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling fairly good right now.
Because, like, I got the furthest I've ever
Yeah, that was a
gone
mistake.
with that heart build.
Yeah.
Like, I'm dealing less damage and I have less range, but I'm surviving. I mean, I was surviving.
Yeah. Sometimes that's all you need is just a little more survival.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, I think what it is I just need to be able to survive.
I should have been ready for that.
The downside with this build is that I'm getting a ton of hearts, but I am giving up any healing for it.
Well, think about it this way. You are getting about, what, 6 or 7 healings worth of hearts? And that's healing that you don't have to do yourself.
Yeah.
Well, more than that. I mean, what's giving you more health for the entire battle? This right here or the healing you were doing?
Actually, you know what? I want to restart this attempt. I want to look at something. I want to look at something.
No. This is bad.
I'd be giving up all the extra range, but
Yeah,
I
I'm
would
just gonna
never
do this.
I'd be giving up all the range, but I would be.
As many masks as you could.
Yep.
Yep. Going full blue, huh?
I'm going all heart build with Sharp Shadow. Look at all those hearts. It's like I don't have the range and the damage, but dang it, I can survive the fight.
I should have known that was coming. Why didn't I think that was coming? Wow. I've really lost my focus all of a sudden.
And another thing is that soul that I don't have.
That's true. Wow, I'm just... It's like everything I've learned this entire stream is just gone now.
Phase 2. It's fine. Oh my god, phase 3!
Nice, nice, nice! Which I was doing well. You might have this.
Nope, that wasn't the one. Oh, but I got pretty far into phase 3.
That was good.
The heart build is the way to go. The heart build is it. That's the one.
Now you know why I kept telling you to do that for Radiance.
I honestly don't feel like I would have liked this build for Radiance personally, but because it would have taken all the charms away from spells.
True.
But with this guy, like I need to be able to survive him. I can't make progress if I can't survive his onslaughts. And yeah, I do miss the weapon range, but that's a far cry from being able to survive everything he's throwing at me. Oh, that was bad. Yeah, this wasn't a very good one. I transitioned into phase 2, actually, though.
Oh, that hurt.
I have returned.
Welcome back. I got to phase 3.
Nice.
I'm going into phase 3 now.
And I got about halfway through phase 3.
Nice. You've got the rhythm and the rhyme.
So,
Ouch!
you want
Ouch!
to know what I changed?
What'd you do?
I went full heart build.
Yeah?
100%
understand that.
heart build. The only thing that isn't heart related that I kept is Sharp Shadow.
Ah.
That's the only non-heart charm that I am using.
So it just took me abandoning
No. Damn. I'm actually getting into phase 2 fairly reliably now.
That's good.
Like being on the right side of the room when it's fireball time. I prefer being on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, left does seem to be easier for that.
I feel like the arena isn't like perfectly symmetrical. Like, I feel like his position is a little bit closer on the right than the left.
Yep.
So you get just like that fraction of a second longer to react. But man, it sounds like y'all are committed to going a bit more because y'all are getting close.
I got like halfway through phase 3, man. I feel good after that.
Which I feel like phase 3 is the final phase because he doesn't really change all that much between phases.
The one thing I will say though is I really miss that weapon range.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Just
Hey, Boom Boom, you want to give them some words of encouragement? No, you just want to eat my hand? Okay.
That's her way of giving encouragement.
Okay. Give me the ball. Thank you. The finish line is in sight. Yeah. They want it.
I don't know how that
It does kind of suck that you start with 0 soul.
Yeah, I really wish that wasn't the case.
Yeah. That's the way they make it fair, I guess. Where you don't come in loaded to bear with frickin' spells and just nuke their face into oblivion.
But I want to nuke their face into oblivion.
Yep.
started well, and then this happened.
Yeah, with the heart build, I'm able to reliably get him to phase 2.
I know. You're so close. So close. Now you're drooling all over. Yeah, nuke them like Radiance is phase 1. Yeah. Or phase 3, I think. There was one phase that Nasa really did not want to deal with.
Phase 2, I believe.
Yeah.
It was, well, it depends on how you categorize the phases.
Yeah. It's
The
when-
Falling Needles.
Yeah.
Yeah, the falling needle phase is where I always, like, just straight up nuked Radiance because I didn't want to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, that was a good strategy you had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, like those, because those nails don't stop coming. So I'd rather just be like, nope, I'm not dealing with the nails, I'm nuking you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting all my soul into making sure that you don't do that.
Is that how you communicate, Boomer? You're communicating with speech now? I don't know if y'all can hear that on the other side of the
Oh,
Yes, of course guess I can do this once. Damn. I can't reliably pogo off of him anymore, though, without that range.
I know, it hurts.
Every once in a while, I'm able to do it.
If he can limit the amount of times he gets hit, people can do make. Oh yeah. He'll start. Oh yeah, especially in that phase 3. It's like, ugh. But yeah, there is something that just like mentally clicks whenever you swapped out of like the full blue hard mode. Because you're just like, alright, I don't care if I get hit, just keep going.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because with this build, I'm basically getting a full fight's worth of heals straight up at the beginning.
Right.
So that makes me care a lot less about getting hit.
Yep.
I don't like this strat for Radiance because it takes away from my spell casting in that fight.
Yeah.
But for this guy, I like it.
Yeah, because she's airborne the entire time, whereas this guy, like, shifts.
Yeah.
So you're able to skirmish with him a bit
Yeah,
better.
that's why I did. That's why, like, because I know everybody was recommending this build for Radiance. This is why I didn't like that for Radiance.
Yep.
I wanted to be able to cast my spells and make sure they were strong. Especially with that falling nail phase, like, I just wanted to nuke out of it.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I will button my lip for this attempt.
Oh my god. I managed to get a pogo in on his uppercut. And he still hit me with his fireball, but I managed to not get hit by the uppercut itself.
I got to his bat phase and I can't heal because there's nothing to heal.
Nice.
That's a good problem to have. I have something to heal now. I shouldn't have said anything. Ow. Oof. How did I get hit there? Ow! I was doing so good!
Oh, yeah, you jumped into his foot hitbox.
Yeah, it's a weird janky hitbox.
No, yeah, his legs are thicker than they look. His feet are not petite.
Enjoying your uppercut there, buddy?
Absolutely.
Every time I've tried to pogo off of him in that fight, I failed. Like, every pogo missed.
It is a risky strat. It's nice when it works, though.
I know, the safest thing to do is to
Oh, I shouldn't have jumped on that one. I'm getting a lot better on the fireballs.
Yeah. You're getting more consistent with them.
Ah, why didn't I just stand where I was?
We're getting into gamer mode, I can tell. People are concentrating.
Yes.
Phase 2, so it's working. Phase 3.
I lost my focus. Oh,
I died in phase 3.
I was doing really well too.
Yeah, I think Baku was in phase 3 too. Man, y'all are both so close.
I know, I know. So I feel like if we stop now, we're going to lose what progress we've made.
All right. I'm going to try and get out of my mindset of trying to pogo him. I think pogoing him is hurting me. Like, trying to pogo him has gotten me hurt more than it's helped me. Oh, wow, that was really hard. Hard moment there. Nope. Ooh.
Well, I started really good.
Oh, this fight's got me.
Woo!
Ooh, that was clean, Baku.
This is a good recovery considering I started the match with pretty well 1 health.
Yeah. You brought it back.
Oh, it's bats. That's what my problem was there. Man, I blasted through that phase.
Yeah, you were getting a lot of double hits in.
Oh, why did I do that? Ouch. Oh, man. I was just waiting for my next healing moment, and it didn't come.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can tell my voice is going.
Yeah, I can tell you. It's getting late.
It is.
I'm gonna start getting the sexy raspy voice.
No, not on the right side. That's...
I'm feeling like I can beat him.
Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs?
I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Like I'm feeling like I have the ability to beat him. I feel like I can do it.
Yeah, you're right there. You just need to cross the finish line.
Yep.
Oh, fuck, that was close.
Ah!
I'm in it. Phase 4 going into?
Oh, yeah, he's getting more pink.
No, don't you dare. Oh, no. No! Oh! I was feeling it. I thought that was the one. I thought that was the one.
You were, I think that was at the last phase.
Oh, it had to be. That was my fourth fireball. Oh, I was in the zone right there. Okay, shake it off.
I was in phase 3. I was in the zone on that one. I feel like I keep getting really close to phase 4.
This one's a no.
Yeah.
That after a really good attempt at almost any game, it will be followed by 2 or 3 deaths.
Yeah, you just gotta get it out. Y'all are both so dang close.
I mean, the race is real now.
Yeah. That's why I'm just kind of like, I'm letting y'all do it.
I was feeling good at the start of this one, and now I'm not.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
One hit from that right now. Oh, phase 2.
Oh, I totally understand that, Foxy. It was my first week back to work today, or this weekend. Now that it's Friday, it's just kind of like, you know what? I'm ready for the weekend.
Oh.
Ouch! That was a big ouch.
Very massive ouch.
Oh, I saw what happened. I summon you.
I was doing really well.
I just thought of something. It's not really helpful, but I'm curious if it would work. Yeah, they're getting close, Foxy. Like they've been tickling at the last little vestiges of health. I wonder if the dream shield will block fireballs. Try that. I imagine it would since they're technical projectiles. It's just not reliable because of the way it spins.
Where was it?
Couldn't help myself.
Oh, man. Like, I feel like I have gotten close.
Y'all both have. It's just now which person's going to do it first.
If it can happen tonight.
I let my focus get the better of me that time. I think my exhaustion is starting to kick in, though.
Just the reactions are getting slower.
Yeah.
Planning on doing this again next week if not done today. I don't know. We haven't really decided on that yet. Yep.
I'd have to look at my schedule, to be honest. It just hurts that I know I got that close.
Yeah.
I almost finished phase 3. I was really close to the end of phase 3 right there. I was feeling really good about that one. Like, I'm getting his rhythm. I'm getting his rhythm.
Yep. But yeah, I went ahead and looked it up. Yeah, whenever he goes the big ball pufferfish phase, it means he's lost a quarter of his HP. So he'll only do that 3 times over the course of the fight.
I was pretty sure I got it down to a 4th time, or so I thought. Maybe I miscounted.
Yeah, no, you got him down to his 4th phase. And that was his 3rd time doing it.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense now.
Yeah, so yeah.
So I was on phase 4, yeah.
Yep, so yeah, you had him in his last 25% HP.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Missed an opportunity there. Oh, I gotta go forward. Oh, that stupid janky hitbox. Yeah, I've ruined this one already.
I wonder if you could actually hit him from the ground because his hitbox extends so far.
Oh, that's a good question.
I know with like Mark Ryan, you can definitely hit him from the ground.
I got him down to half health. Got him to phase 3 and half health.
Nice.
And then I died. But I think I have gotten him down to his last 25% because I believe there was one run where he did it 3 times. So I have gotten very close.
Yep, y'all both are.
Bad mistake.
I'm letting y'all focus because these attempts are great.
Yeah, I knew that one wasn't the one. Something about you saying you were going to let us focus took my focus.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, it's getting like every attempt I feel is getting better.
More consistent.
Yeah.
That sucked on that fireball phase because you were put in a really tough spot with the timing of the jumps.
I've definitely found my build. That's for sure. The heart build is the way to go.
Okay.
That's the one. That's the winner.
That's the money maker.
Yep.
Yeah, that one was rough. I feel like I'm getting him to advance to the next stage is quicker.
Yeah.
You're getting more attacks in.
I feel like I'm doing the same thing. Like, for me, the phases are progressing a lot quicker now. I wasn't quite standing far enough away from that pillar.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yep, I thought I was standing far enough
Nope,
away.
this one's done.
It's like, it's so late, but I also feel so good about these attempts.
I know. I'm the same.
But I know we can't keep doing this all night.
I mean, there are people in chat that are committed to seeing this. They want y'all to succeed.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you, chat. That was terrible right there.
Oh, hey, Propolo's online.
Yeah, I saw.
I saw it in both
Ouch.
streams.
Ouch.
That's why I was sticking to the left side of the arena.
I find just about every time I make a really dumb move, I just whack the shit out of him because I'm like, if you're gonna...
If you're gonna hit, I'm gonna make you pay for it.
Exactly.
Yep.
If you'll end up going like midnight, sending you invites for Mario Golf.
No. I don't own it. You can't do that.
Oh, I can still send you invites. You just
Oh,
can't join.
that's a good point. Very good point. Ow! I walked off the stage. Oh, I thought I was clear of that. No matter. Oh, can't.
God, it's been so quiet in here for a while.
Mm-hmm. I'm just letting y'all go.
Oh, I thought I went the other way. I was afraid of that. Ooh! I was afraid of that. There we go.
Well done. That was a really weird way that I died.
Am I going into phase 4 here?
I think so.
That hurts. There we go.
Uh-oh.
Ooh! Oh!
Oh, did you get him?
I got him.
Nice.
Oh!
We know who won.
Congratulations.
Oh!
Congratulations. Also, I have a doggy here.
Oh!
Well done.
Yes, I know you want attention, but I'm unfortunately very busy right now.
159 attempts.
Ooh-wee.
All right, well, congratulations, Baku. Congratulations
well
on your
played.
victory.
The
That honestly really could have gone either way. Just one of
Oh,
y'all
yeah.
needed the breakthrough attempt.
That's true, Maz. 160 attempts. switching over to the Shape of Moon was a huge help. That really made everything click.
You were using the Shape of Moon build this whole time?
Yep.
Yes.
Huh.
Because every time he went and did the fire pillar, I was able to get 2 heals off. Every single time. And sometimes I would even get a hit in while doing 2 heals.
Yep. Yeah, that allows you to kind of have a bit more of a war of attrition, like fight with them.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
But it really takes... It really just takes getting into that gamer zen and anticipating everything.
Yep. Either, no matter what, it just takes that execution.
But that is a fun fight.
Oh, it is.
It's one of the
great
it's
fight.
one of the best fights in the game.
It reminds me a lot of the Mantis Lords. Like, there's just a pace and rhythm to it, and once you like tune into it, it's just like, oh, it just feels good.
Yeah, Mantis Lords is an amazingly fun fight. Actually, hold on. Before I do this.
Wait.
I'm still fighting him.
Oh no.
Damn. Alright, I'll give it one more try for the night, and I think
Okay.
We'll call this race done because we now have a winner. But I'll give it one more good try for the night, because I am starting to get tired.
Yeah. Who messaging me? I heard a Bakuda, but I don't know. I'm not getting a little flag notification thingy. Oh, are you going back in with a different build?
What? No, I'm still using the same one.
No, I'm talking about Bakuda.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you went to Troop Master. Oh, that was the one-hit mode.
Yes.
Oh no. I wonder if all the shells actually logo mode. Probably not.
I have no idea.
What? Why did he... Yep, that's how you can tell I'm tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna try one hit mode on Nightmare right now.
Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to just say, hey, I'm gonna stream to Discord, pull it up on yours real quick, and I'll use whatever charms chat tells me.
No charms.
Right now I'm not having much luck here. But the rhythm is different between the two forms.
They are, yeah. He's a little bit slower in his normal form, and that's throwing off your anticipation now.
Yes, it is.
Well, I think I'm done.
Think you're done?
I think I'm done for the night.
Alright.
You know what? I got really, really close.
You did.
I managed to get I managed to get really close to the final phase. I did get his health down to like the last 20%. I will take that. And Baku, I congratulate you. Well done.
Yeah, that was a great race. I enjoyed that.
That was fun. We're gonna have to do more things like this because that was a lot of fun.
It was. It was fun. It was definitely fun.
And I'm saving that progress. You better believe it.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Yeah, well played, you two.
And
Well,
we'll see.
Since
maybe...
I chose this one, I will let Nasada choose the next challenge.
Okay.
Whenever that is.
I'll...
Or maybe it'll be something between the three of us. I don't know.
We'll see.
I totally have an idea for one, if y'all will be down for it.
What's that?
Okay.
How about a game that we are familiar with, however we could jigger the hell out of it?
Mario Party.
I think I know what he. I think
not
I know
really.
what he. I think I know what game he has in mind.
What are you thinking?
I think you're probably thinking about Ocarina of Time.
I was thinking a Zelda randomizer is what you were going to say.
Something like that, or a Pokemon randomizer.
That was my second guess.
There is a Pokemon randomizer that shuffles all of the doors.
Interesting.
So the challenge would be to figure out where all of the gym leaders and the Elite Four are, because they are not in their normal locations. It could be any door, any house, any gym.
So you could open Professor Oak's door and end up in the Elite Four.
Yeah, I think they have to keep Oak's lab so you can get your first Pokemon.
Right, right.
But yeah, you could go home, try and find your mom, and it's like Giovanni or Silphco.
What did you do to my mom?
Mom, are you here?
So that would be the race, is trying to find a way through the game.
Oh man. Honestly, I kind of like the idea of an Ocarina of Time randomizer.
Okay,
I do too. I think that would be fun.
I'm fine with that. Would we all be racing the same seed then?
Yeah, I think that's only fair.
Mm-hmm. So that way it's who completes the seed first.
Right.
Okay. I'm down for that. I love randomizers.
Oh, we'll have
Actually, what I really want to try is a Legend of Zelda randomizer.
Like a Link to the Past, or
No, like the original game.
Oh, the
It's
very
like-
first
Oh
one.
dear
Like-
God.
Nasada, he says, he knows Ocarina of Time like the back of his hand. My game for that is the original Zelda. I have played through that game so many times, I can just breeze through it.
The original Legend of Zelda, I have beaten like a couple of times. I do not know that game like you do. I do not know that game like you do.
Mm-hmm.
But I would be game for Ocarina. I would be game for Ocarina.
Yeah.
Actually, Link to the Past sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, Link to the Past would be fun too. That's another great one to randomize. Just don't randomize Majora's Mask. Random masks is terrible.
Speaking of which, that comes out on the Switch next week or next month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you'll be streaming it again finally,
Eventually, yeah.
because you'll have a way to stream it again, because the last time you tried to do it, the emulation was terrible.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
That game is really hard to emulate, right?
All right. Well, I don't know about you guys, but my voice is gone and I'm tired.
I'm tired.
Yeah, getting late.
I'm tired. I'm hungry, and I also still have something I have to do before bed. So,
Oh my! You
Yeah.
better get to that. What are you guys doing the rest of the week?
so tomorrow more Pokemons.
Yep.
Pokemons, Shining
Nasada
Pearls.
has to. No, wait. You beat the. Did you clear the ice gym?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so then
So
that was a
we
fun
are
puzzle.
taking over.
We are working towards, I think, the final gym.
Yeah.
I think we're about in the same place. Chad, are we close to the same place?
Have you beaten the final gym yet?
I have not beaten the final gym. I am getting close to, I think, beating the Team Galactic storyline.
Ah, okay, so that wraps
okay.
up before the 8th gym then.
Yes, I believe
Okay.
so.
So we're actually catching up.
We're
then.
just starting that because we just beat the
Okay.
gym.
Yeah, that's what I did last stream, and let's see. I was gonna go and do the rest, but then I ended up getting sidetracked with something. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, because right now I've been trying to figure out how the hell I get the last member of my team. Which I'm wondering if he's not available till post game.
A lot of Pokemon aren't available until the post game.
Yeah, I could have swore that Spheal would have been available though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm hungry.
If nothing else, I've got some backup ideas. That
Yep.
would suck though, because Chubbers is kind of like my mascot Pokemon besides Snorlax.
Yeah, he is.
I can't believe we haven't encountered him yet.
Yeah, because a lot of people are saying he's in the Grand Underground, but everything that I'm seeing is he doesn't pop up until you have the National Dex.
Really?
At least in the Grand Underground. But then I was looking and it says he can appear on routes like 227 and 230, but that's like the island thing in the top right, which I think is also post game.
So yeah, we underestimated how.
Yeah, we were looking for Spiel Foxy,
Yeah.
so I could catch one.
Yeah, because that's Chubbers.
Shining Pearl is the version we have.
So, can you tell I'm tired?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, that was a slog. That was fun, but man, what a like it really required me getting into my deepest zen
Mm-hmm.
to beat.
Spiel is exclusive
yeah,
to
you
Pearl
could-
anyway. Yeah.
You could tell, like, what the last 15 minutes of the stream, we were
Y'all are
silent.
focused. Yep.
It was just absolute silence.
Yeah.
Night, Leah.
Have a
Night,
good
Leah.
night, Leah. And
Anyway,
I will
um,
say this real quick. If the community wants me to try and go back and beat him again at some point in the future, then we'll do it again at some point down the line.
Yep.
If that's something the community wants to see. But we'll
At
see.
that
Could be a
point,
nice,
I'm-
nice little one-off stream.
At that point, I'm going to fight him with dirt builds.
We'll see.
Just-
but
Just
still,
for giggles.
I really would like to see Bumbler do a stink baby build against Nightmare.
do all try and do all bosses with Stink Baby.
That
Do a
sounds
stink
like-
baby gauntlet.
Yeah.
Yeah, stink baby
Yeah.
gauntlet.
Anyway, next week, we're gonna try and do what we were supposed to do this week. Pokemon. We're gonna actually start Metroid Dread. I know we've tried to start it for 2 weeks, and something always comes up. And for our third night, I don't know what we're gonna do yet. We might go back to Indiana Jones, Nathan Drake game.
Oh,
Why can't I
Uncharted.
think? Uncharted. We might go back to Uncharted. Or we might do something else. I don't know.
I'm still
Um,
upset that the last time you played Skyward Sword, you were right up to the point where you were about to see one of my favorite cutscenes in the series, and then
I
you
know.
haven't picked the game back up again.
Skyward Sword will resume in February.
Around around the time that you'll be streaming Majora's Mask.
Oh no, I'm not going to stream Majora's Mask until we finish Skyward Sword.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
All right.
no, I'm going to finish.
Yeah,
Skyward
because
Sword
I know the
first.
reason why you haven't been able to stream it is because Charlie wants to be part of it.
Yeah, and things have been kind of crazy, but her schedule is going to be relaxing in February, and so we're going to be picking it up again in February,
Gotcha. Okay.
and we should be able to make some good progress. So, anyway, guys, I am ready for Betty Bye, so
Yep.
I'm going to bid you all adieu and have a good night.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow on Rogues for Pokemon Shining Pearl.
Yay!
Bye-bye, everybody.